Hello, how we doing? Something interesting I noticed here on the Satisfactory Steam page. Just sitting there, just waiting for the last couple minutes to count down to start the stream. And the recent trailer played. I'm sure people probably know this now. Maybe spoilers. But I noticed something. Trying to remember where I noticed it, because yeah, a few trailers have played since then. Yeah, here we are. This caught my attention. I mean, people probably know what this is, and I'm like probably the last person to find out, but I didn't know about this. What are they? What are those? They look like teleporters. Are there teleporters in the game? There's like 4 of them. Or is it some multiplayer thing I don't know about? 1, 2, 3, 4. Yeah, teleporters? Damn. Maybe that's like endgame stuff, I guess, that I didn't know about, because there's all sorts of things. I just never noticed it. It was in this trailer. I was just sitting there and I was like, wait a second, what the hell is that? Oh, well. I guess, I probably would never have found it anyway. Alright, let's hop into the game. Hope everybody's doing good, and hope everyone's doing good, and thanks for hanging out in the chat before we went live. Appreciate the kind words on Frostpunk. For those who don't know, I just uploaded started a Frostpunk series on my other channel, What Darren Plays City Builders. Please consider checking it out if you're interested in Frostpunk. I am super pumped for that game. I don't really get excited for many games. Frostpunk's one of them, and I don't think, wasn't there something else recently? I mean, I was excited for Satisfactory, but not that much, because we had it in early access. But Frostpunk 2 is, like, definitely one of them. But it's kind of a controversial game, because it's shaken up the formula quite substantially. But I think it's awesome, so far, anyway. It's Tier 9's very end game. It's apparently very costly, resource-wise. That's cool, though. It's still pretty cool. I didn't think they were going to do it. I can't believe I haven't had anyone say that to me, or spoil it. I was just sitting there on the Steam page, and I just noticed these blue doors, and I was like, what? That shouldn't have looked. Could have had that like, oh my god moment, but oh well, all good. Right, here we are. So today I need to do a to-do list. It's going to continue on from last night. It's going to be a not that brief of a stream, still 4 hours. I'm definitely going to cut it off at midnight, but don't go too long because I'm already a little tired today. Although actually as soon as the game booted up I actually started feeling a bit better. Maybe I was just missing it. So what we're going to do is use assemblers. I haven't actually planned what I'm going to do with all the components we need. I know exactly how much components we have, and I'd like to do a bit more of the cosmetic stuff. But ultimately, we have this floor here, now making hopefully everything at 100%, no problems. So just for a quick recap, 320 iron plates, 480 iron rods, 1920 screws, 120 pipe twice over, so 240, and then we have 480 iron ingots unassigned. So ultimately what we need is modular frames. I think we should probably work our way up the chain, but yeah, I want to make motors, modular frames, rotors, stators, right, to make the motors. And reinforced iron plates. I think that's pretty much it. I'm gonna hang out and get to it. Loving the stream. See you later. Or off to the guy. The gym. See you later, Martin. Cracking on leg day. And I saw some people saying they're just about to start work as well. It's so interesting. I guess it's just the way it is in the world, right? People are all over the place. So it's like some people starting work, some people getting off work, some people just waking up. I'm doing well too. Yeah, I feel good. I've just had a very busy day. Been up early-ish and just been working all day. I was working on Frostpunk videos and then just other things, normal life stuff that just, you know, not chores, but like the errands. I had to run many errands today, so just been busy, but good busy. And then working on manor loads as well, a little bit. Right. But I just haven't had really too much time. I was sitting there for about 20 minutes thinking, should I go into the game and start planning out assemblers and stuff? And I was like, nah, we'll just do it. We'll do it live. That's what we're going to do. And because so many people ask to see the process, and you're going to live the process today, painfully or otherwise. So let's begin. So I guess I have to do it on pen and paper. It's just the way it is. And just start writing down what I know that I need. And then we'll look at what we can do. So I know the amounts that we have, and then we'll look up the first thing. So first thing will be the basics, I think, which is reinforced iron plates. So reinforced iron plate. I do need that top-down camera, don't I, for the little notepad cam. Reinforced iron plates. So to make those reinforced, actually, you know what? Just so people do follow along and know what we're doing. Two things. Gonna get rid of the space elevator thing from the UI. Hide the phase. Yeah, you just don't need to see it. People will ask either way, I guess. We have our milestone. Next thing is the to-do list, right? So actually, I suppose we know that it's all basically assemblers, but I'll fill this in based on what we need. So we'll start off with, I think, reinforced. We'll just go R iron plates, right? That's going to be our first area. We have to do the floor as well, so just pave it pretty much like what we did yesterday. Pave a new floor, put down assemblers, make them in Blueprint Designer. I'm going to try and do it quicker than I did yesterday if I can. We also did some fresh exploration at the end of the last stream, so maybe I could do dimensional depots on some of these items should we need to, because we have 3, I think, available. So I'll just do modular frames. Rotor. Stator. Ah, copper, actually. Which will be needed for that. And then motor. Nice. Hey, Will. I just found a hard drive today that you can make rotors with pipes and copper wire. No, we don't have that one. Rotors with pipes and copper wire. That would be pretty good. I can't remember what we said yesterday and how we were going to divide things up. I didn't read it. But I'm just going to do what I have. Don't want to go out exploring, looking for hard drives and hoping we roll that. Just want to get building what we have. And in future, if we need to get more rotors, we might use a different recipe, you know? Alright, reinforced iron plates. Let's just go. Alright, so we do have a wire. We could use wire, seeing as we do have copper, but I have plates and screws, so I feel like just using this. I suppose oh yeah, now I'm starting to remember. Right, I probably will have to look at what the motors require first. I think it was 40 stators and 40 rotors. I think that's what it was. Just to double check, we'll just go with stators. And needing 40 would be... So 40 divided by 5, that's only 8 machines. Wow, 8 times... Hey, Tyler, appreciate that, man. Kicking off the stream with a fat super chat. I'm about halfway done with the last stream video. Just wanted to pop in and say I'm loving the streams. Keep it up. Hey, appreciate that. And he said, let's finish this game. That'd be nice. I'll keep showing up if you do. I'll try. Right, so. Stator. 5 per minute. 15 per minute. That's the number I was looking for. So 15, 120, and that's what's coming out of one thing. Perfect. Yeah. Okay. All right. That leaves us with 120 steel. But I need to know how many screws will be needed then. That's the only other thing. And the screws go into, I can't really remember, rotors? Yes. If we're 120, so that's 4 as well. Or was it, so that's 8 machines. 8 times 4, 40. Nope. Not right. Hang on. Gotta do this math and then I'll catch the chat. And then I'll just re-explain what we're doing. I should have done this little bit first. It's what we did yesterday. Just struggling to remember. Alright, so state. I should really just use a browser because having to close and open the thing in here, not having multiple windows, makes it a little tricky. 5 per minute. Stators. Ah, rotors are 4 per minute. Got it. That does make sense then. I thought they were the same for some reason. I thought you get the same man out. I guess they just require the same, but they actually have different amounts. Okay. So that is... So I'm just going to write that down because I will forget. So for stators, we're going to need 8 machines. And for rotors, to make the same amount, which is 40. I don't know why I closed that. If we need 40, we need 10 of them. Cool. 10 times 100, 1,000. We're going to use 1,000 screws. Great. So that leaves me with 920 screws. So now we can work out, that's like how much screws we have left over. So now I can work out how many reinforced iron plates I want to use. Don't think I'm using screws or anything else. I could just check, is it used in something that I really want? Nope. Good. Right. So This is the recipe that we want to look at. All right, so 920 divided by 60. 15.333 recurring. I'm going to separate that out and say 15.33 R machines make reinforced iron plates, or these. And then I'll just quickly catch you up and tell you what's going on now. This is just a very early first bit of planning for what we're going to be making. So the 1,000 screws is going off to make rotors. Screws. Right, 1,000 screws per minute. That's going into rotors. 920 screws per minute. It's going off to make reinforced iron plates. But we just have to make sure that I can actually do that based on the other numbers that go into it as well. That would be 15.33 recurring. That's how many iron plates we need. And how many plates do we make? Not as much as that. So our limiting factor isn't screws, it's plates. We could make more plates though. So I'm pretty tempted to do that. So it's basically 460 plates. The 460 plates plus 920 screws would equal however many reinforced iron plates we make, which is 5. We need that many? I don't know. 76? It's actually not that much. Sure. Alright. We'll stick with it. Excuse me. Let me catch up. How many floors are we going up? So, the plan for me right now, I've just done very basic math. Over on the right-hand side of the screen, we have the to-do list. Super hard to see unless we look at something very dark. It's nothing really dark to see, so we'll just look straight up. First thing is going to be reinforced iron plates. I'll sit up straight as well. I'm slouching a lot. There we go. Yeah, so reinforced iron plates, first thing. So I was just working out how much resources we have available with, the machines that we have. And seeing, like, what could we afford to make. It turns out we can afford to make 15.3 machines. 16. And get out a total of 77, I think it was, per minute. 76. Oh, I wrote that. Oh, it's an arrow. I couldn't even read my own writing. Right, 76 per minute. So it requires 920 screws, it requires 460 plates. So now we can build a blueprint for that based off of... Also, everything's in sync. Everything's perfectly in sync. Oh my god. How good is that? That just happened when you load back in. That doesn't usually happen, I feel like. Or it didn't used to. One of them is off. Oh yeah, I think we noticed that there was some slight error downstairs. We'll have to check that. But anyway, so how many floors are we going up? At least one for now to an assembly floor. But these are going to send their stuff straight up, maybe through the center point somewhere, because everything does come out into the center, right? All these belts feed towards the center. We'll remove the awesome sinks. We'll go upstairs, and we'll create new blueprints that kind of look just like this, but with assemblers in them, right? Stacked assemblers. Have blueprints for that, so just that kind of thing. Just need to get the components together, obviously. They need crystal oscillators. We might have to see if we can load them. Oh no, might not be able to load them into Blueprint Designer. I could take down the Explorer. That would give me enough just to even load them. Remove the signs, right? Get the crystal oscillators out of these blueprints. They're just there to add a little bit of lighting. And then, yeah, we'll just configure the rates and get going. So the first thing we're going to do is reinforced iron plates. So to make those, we just need 16 machines. That's perfect. Well, it's not really, actually, because it's assemblers. So I was going to say, how many could we fit in one assembler? I think it's 4. Or in one blueprint. So 4, 8, 12, 16. Okay. So 4 of those blueprints. That should be easy enough. In fact, do I have one with that already? R plate. Reinforced iron plates. There they are. Actually do it already. Now they might be clocked and changed around or something, so we'll just load it in a Blueprint Designer before we get to it. But yeah, let's just... Not that one. This one. And we'll get all these materials and get to it. Looks like the factory and plan is coming along. Yeah, so we can actually do just a really quick recap of what goes on in this place and then get started properly, now that I've got my little plan together. Alright, so as you know, all of our miners, and we could troubleshoot because there is apparently an issue. All our miners are doing 480 per minute. It's traveling along here. We were playing around with cosmetics towards the end of the last stream. There's a lot of shimmering going on with the fix-it metal. We had a look at that really quickly. And if we put a finish on it, such as this, just a lot of shimmering. If you stay still, it just kind of all pixelates. And I'm not using any upscaling, and we turned it on, turned it off, played around with settings. I have everything maxed, so it just doesn't seem like you can get rid of it unless you turn off global illumination, which doesn't look great. So we'll keep it, but I'll probably just have to use different materials because it's a little too much, I think, to have everywhere. So something like that's probably going to be somewhat of the design. We're just, you know, playing around with different stylings and stuff, coated concrete and that kind of thing. You've got the same sort of shimmering here. It's not as bad, I feel like. Something about the metal surfaces just make it worse. Right, so I'd noticed that one or two of our smelters were running at not so 100%. So that's a Mark III belt. I suppose Mark III should be good enough to go all the way, but it might be backed up from an older time. But because we did stop the machines for a while, so it might be just constantly stopped. So this is a test. I'm going to empty these. If there's anything that's like completely backed up, I'm going to let them run. And if they still get backed up, then there's definitely a problem. We're only making 1 and then 30 per minute each, so that should be okay. Just check. If it's happening to them all at the end, then it's probably a belt issue. Actually, I can even count it out, right? So it's 8 times 30, 240. The belts are 270. Should be more than enough. Just like these. Maybe they can start running at 100% now again. And they're Mark III. Just want to double check that. Mark III, all good. And then they become Mark IVs when they merge up with the downstairs part as well. Alright. So that one's getting backed up, that one's backed up. The upstairs doesn't care. I just want to have a clean power line with everything running. We're still getting 480 out because machines are still emptying out their inventories. But yeah, just something's not maybe fully right. Could be belts, don't know. But we'll just do this first as an easy method and then check it later. It's like a wet floor. The coated concrete, yeah, it's supposed to be a polished kind of surface. Not really looking the way it should. I mean, it does just, it looked like that in Update 8 as well. I just hope they'd maybe fix it. Or try to improve it, but I think they're just using a method of global illumination. They're just turning on lumen and feeling, you know, just leaving it. What's up, boy? Big brain time, I see. Interestingly, these aren't... Oh, that one wasn't empty. How's that one not empty? And what's up? Not much. I guess it is big brain time. I want to keep things moving so I don't want to dwell on, you know, going off on tangents too much like I did yesterday. These ones were stopped for far less, so that could be the... Yeah, that might be the case then. So that's good if that is. Alright, so you just empty yourself out. Now, a faster Mark IV belt here would probably just fix it, but I just wanted to see. 270 per minute, you know, that's 240 per minute coming out of the machine. So this should be more than enough to empty these out. And we have nice 480 belts just moving smoothly then upstairs. Is that it though? That's kind of it. If these are getting backed up as well, then there's maybe more of a problem because I feel like they didn't have that issue. Hello, Gaming Roblox. Yeah, the 2 on the end. I think maybe I do need a faster bell. I don't really know why. The manifold system putting 270 on or 240 onto a 270 belt, I just thought it would get drained without any problem. Those would be all fine, right? Yeah. Alright. Give it a bit of time, see what happens. Okay, my OCD kicks in so bad that I have to look away. Seeing the downside conveyors gives me PTSD. The downside conveyors. What does that mean? These ones? That thing? The way we're kind of clipping through a little bit. Starting to get backed up again. It's not getting out as fast as it should. As a test then, I guess we could do 1 where the belt is fast, and then we have a control to kind of test against the others. So yeah, it's just kind of filling up again. I want to see if I get to 100% though. 240 plus 240, you know, this is all 240. Upstairs is 240. That's 480. 480 belt carrying it out. So we'll see. Alright, cool. Anyway, at least that's done. What's to turn on Lumen? I never look back. Yeah, same. Smelters are okay. There's some jamming upstream. Yeah, you reckon? Could be the case. Obviously, that's another thing to check. I need to really build a staircase. Had that on the to-do list, never did it. Now, if these belts stutter at all, then we know there's jamming, as you said. I don't see no jamming. Not yet, anyway. What about these ones? Yes. That one just definitely stuttered. Okay. Maybe the one on the left did as well. Alright, let's check these machines out. So you're taking in 12 per minute. 1, 2, 3, 4. How many of these are there? There's 10. So it's 120 on the bottom. 120 on the top. That's 240. And there's 2 rows of those, right? That one belt gets broken into 4. Okay. Let's set those to be 120 belts. And this to be 120. Because it only needs to be 120 for every group. Now, I'm not splitting it very evenly, right? We're doing a manifold split, so more is supposed to be kind of going this way. But now we're sending more towards the back. Kind of. Splitting 3 ways, so 480. So it's 160 is trying to get out, but now only 120 can get out, only 120 can get out, so that's correct. And then we could actually just leave this as a Mark IV, so everything else goes through. And then we'll do 120 again on both sides. Right? That would be the right thing to do. I'm out of plates, though. Go see if we have any more. Flipping of Doom? You're right, yeah. Forget about it. I'm jamming. And I hope you like jamming, too. That's what Bob Marley said, indeed. What kind of donuts does Bob Marley like? He likes the ones with jam in. Oh god. Alright. We're just troubleshooting, if people have just joined, we're just troubleshooting our belts. Just want to make sure they're running okay. Okay. Vitor's response to that was perfect. Okay. See you later, DBC. Sorry I didn't say hi until you left, probably. I hope some of the people that come in and say that they'll catch up later, when they do catch up, they go like, you did get me in the end, you know? Right, so, Mark II. I'll have to do the whole belt, but I like to, so let's just do it. Alright, that might work out a little better, because now we've just said, like, you can only take 120 off. You can only take 120 off, and that's what the lines need. So maybe it'll just straighten things out. As far as I know, when we were looking yesterday, it was still taking a bit of time for the manifold to reach the end, so that could be part of it, you know, but it looks like it's gotten there now. We're at 92, yeah, okay. It'll still take a bit of time, I think, for them to get down. It could just be long manifold issues. So why is that? Why is this? Oh, okay. Gonna say, why is there so many gaps on it? There shouldn't be any gaps. That one can have gaps, but not those two. That's better. That's what we like to see. Okay, cool. We'll leave it for a while. The other ones might have issues. We'll just check back on them later. Actually, there's a yellow light there. Can't have that. Why are you yellow? You gotta get your rods out. Well, it's 150 per minute in it. 15. And there's 10 machines. And that's a Mark II. So there's your problem. Need Mark III. Who the hell designed this? Alright, Mark III there. It looks like maybe that was just one side I forgot, because these ones are correct. And we'll just check this side as well. Nope, Mark II. That needs to be Mark III. Yeah, I'm not sure how I forgot all that. Better blueprint designs would fix all this. Alright, so we'll give it a little while now and see how that gets on. Hopefully be able to drain out. Okay, cool. Oh yeah, read that. Could it be for the screws jamming up? They shouldn't, the outputs shouldn't be jamming, because again, we make 480 out of the entire line, so with a 480 belt, it should just be rolling out totally fine. Yeah, we look at the resources popping up on my dismantle tool. We're not seeing that they're filling up with screws, you know, they're actually okay. So they're not getting backed up, that seems alright. You'd expect the ones on the end, if they were struggling or something, you know, they'd be piling up at the back, but they seem okay. Alright, anyways, a little bit of troubleshooting. Let's just get the plates we need. In fact, there's plates right over here. We can just grab them. And then we can go over to our blueprint designer. We're going to design out a new blueprint for stacked assemblers. Are any of these backed up? No, I would just have to grab you manually then. The least efficient way possible. Let's just grab it from the storage container then. It's just going straight into a sink right now. Don't forget to like the vid, says Herbs and Ammunition. Well, if Herbs and Ammunition says it, you better do it. Anise Plays. Hello. And hi, Ari Lichtenberg. If I don't catch you, I watch you at work the next day on 2x speed. Alright, we got everything we need. I got a lot of crap in my inventory. We'll just leave it there for now. So for those just joining, we're now going to do the assembly floor to our iron factory. So at the moment, it's something like, you know, just ballpark 2,800 ingots per minute coming in. And then on the upper floors, we are dividing all those ingots into basically plates, rods, screws, and steel pipes. Thanks to, I think, a new recipe in the game, right? So now we're going to take those components, bring them up another floor, and start putting them into assemblers to make new components of different things. So the first thing is going to be reinforced iron plates. Now I have a blueprint for it from my previous playthrough. We need 16 of these machines, so this will be 4, and they look like they're clocked to 100, so all good, no problem there. Could get rid of some of these stilts, and we'll put them in later ourselves. Now, looks like this was fed by a manifold going up and over. We should look into this first before we do this. So reinforced iron plates. We need 15.33 machines. So it's 16, right? And then we can lower their clock speed of all. Let's do the math on that. 15.33333 recurring times, I think the output was actually 15. No, it's 5. That's 5. How much we need to make, or we're going to make, 76. So we'll divide that now by the amount of machines we plan to have, which is 16. So each machine is going to do 4.79 out, rather than the 5 that it's currently doing. So down here, we'll just now select, put in that, oh, that didn't work. I think they've changed it where you can't actually paste the formula in down there. You can do it up here though. Well, 4.79166, 4.791. Right. Good, 4.79. So 95.82%. So copy that and put it on all of them. Actually, before I do, we just have to check now. So, what that means is we're taking in 28.746, 57.492, really awkward numbers, but we could just say 30 and 60, I guess, for sake of argument. The question is, how many, if it was 60, on a 480 belt of screws, how many can we fit on that? 8 machines? We're doing 16. This is perfect. It's 2 belts going top and bottom. So we don't need this manifold thing. We can make it much more simple. The 2 top and bottom rows are just going to be separated. Get rid of that, get rid of that. And we have to make sure where they're coming in is okay. We're building this floor above that one. We know all the components are on the left. This is okay that we can bring in things from the left to the right. We could obviously just turn these machines around if we wanted to reverse that. Where's the output going to go, though? Output's going to the right. I think downstairs is going the different direction. I think they should probably go to the left. Hard to know to forward plan that. I'm just visualizing a floor up above the floor we're on. These machines are going to be, you know, their inputs are really in the center of the floor over there. They'll have lots of space on the right. So going out to the right isn't actually that bad. Yeah, I think that'll be okay. Yep, alright, we'll just deal with it. I don't see it causing a problem. We'll just build the floor out. It might make the building look uneven or something at worst case. Stick that around that way, that way. Okay. Belts Mark 1 should be totally fine. Colors. We need to add in the purple, but I don't have it with me. You'll get that. My brain hurts. Yeah, that one would be confusing because I'm working with numbers in my head, not fully explaining everything anyway. Doesn't matter. We'll explain it when they're put down. It'll make sense. So just gotta copy these settings. So all the machines are gonna be clocked to 95.82. We'll just say 95.8. And we'll just copy that. Oh, actually, I don't need to. I can just load up the color from here. There it is. Just save that. Guardsman purple. Copy? Alright, cool. So now we just paste that on each one of these. Just to keep our styling the same. Goes. Well, it might have been more creative to do something different, but just for time's sake, I suppose it's nice to just have this made all ready for us. Alright, so paste it in there. Paste it in here. We don't need that anymore. That can go. So now we need to rotate these around so everything's coming in the same direction. From the left. To the left. To the left. To the left. Alright, that's all of that stuff cut off. That can go. Okay. So you just feed across, that's our manifold line. Now screws, we'll have to just divide these out to make sure that we separate the lines and we know what belt speed we're dealing with. But put in the logic first, I guess. And we'll color things appropriately. So it looks like I've done, in this one, screws on the bottom, that's why they're blue. Now that would need a much faster belt, if that's the case. Let's keep it at Mark 4. Then the other thing that's coming in is plates. Whatever 460 is divided by 2. 130. No, 230. Okay, so that would need to be a Mark 3. Alright, that's our plate line. Going into the machine is always going to be less than 60, so Mark 1 is fine for those guys. And what's going out is Mark 1 as well, so that's okay. Alrighty then. I think that's pretty much it. We'll just paint these up a little bit. Actually, I think the belts are white. With a trim color. That'll be our screw belt. And then we just have to flip it. You color the things themselves, the splitters. So there we go. And that's already done. Just make sure. Cool. Oh, I forgot the belt in there. Damn. Sorry, I am late as moderator to your chat. I've seen you say that before. Alright, so the next one then would be the orange, which is our... Did I copy that one? Nope. That's a more annoying color to work with. It's this color I need to grab. But to do that, can I build another one of these? No. Let me just go to my website and I might be able to find it then. Drive. Satisfactory. Vibrant orange. Alright, copy that. Done. Okay, vibrant orange. There we go. I can color those belts. Don't think I need to put those down again, just in case. Alright, that's that. That belt done. Okay, I think I'm just about done now. I'll catch up in chat. I just don't like to get too distracted mid-build, because yesterday, while building blueprints, you know, I just got so distracted, and then I was building in the wrong direction, all sorts of problems. Now, reinforced iron plates. What color did I do those? Well, I guess we could decide what color we want. Trying to think what color I went with in that factory. I think it was red. Or red were the rotors. Oh yeah, purple, because the machines are purple. That makes sense. That's what they're doing. And then we just flip these. Bonk. Bonk. Damn it. I keep forgetting I have to do upstairs as well. Oh, they're already done. Oh yeah, because he was already facing the right way. Sweet. Alright, so there we go. That's a blueprint. It's 4 stacked assemblers. We need 4 of these in total. That's going to be our reinforced iron plates. Alright, we'll just save that. Keep it as that. Good. Clear. Don't think there's any mistakes. We'll try... Well, you just get the materials for 4 and then see what happens when you start putting them down. Kind of late. What did I miss? I'll just catch you up now in just in 1 sec. So you actually haven't really missed much. Just made our first blueprint. Alright, so for a bit of a recap, what we're doing is adding another floor to this factory. So currently we have our... Just to go over it really quick, we have our miners down on the bottom, along with the smelter floor, so we'd call that smelting or extraction, one or the other. Probably smelting. Foundry floor. Then up here we have construction, so all our constructors doing their things, turning the ingots into something else. Floor above, we're going to do assembly, where we take 2 things and put them into a machine and get something else out. So we're going to be deciding what everything gets made into. So rotors, I haven't got everything written down actually, but rotors, stators, motors, reinforced iron plates, modular frames, and smart plating somewhere along the line as well. What does smart plating require? Requires rotors and reinforced iron plates. We need some of those rotors. I'll think about that. All right. Okay, especially for the large... My brain hurts. Yeah, I read that already. I read that too. Gotta go. Getting late. See you later. See you, homie. Yeah, sorry. This stream has been kind of late as well. I'll probably do earlier ones again throughout the week, but I'm just trying to get ahead of my schedule now because I'm a few days behind on certain things. So once I just get recordings out, kind of banked and done, then the streams can come back a bit earlier. Where are the cats? One of them is just up above my computer to the left, and the other one I don't know. Mods? I'm not using any mods. Copper rotors would be nice with steel screws. Yeah, people were talking about that today. I don't have that recipe, so... It is what it is. I don't want to go out hunting for recipes. Just want to build with what I have. It's all good. Okay, so blueprint-wise, we just made that new blueprint. We're going to need 4 of those, and I need to just deposit some of the crap in my inventory back into containers. This is my electronics containers. We'll throw that in, that can go. Got 44 alien DNA. There's all this stuff can go in there. my bio thing, my exploring kind of chest. Grim Reaper, hey, thank you so much. Tier 3'd out of their minds. Thank you very much. Appreciate that. No message either. Or I don't know if you can do a message just when you're your first time. I think it might just be when you resub. But either way, thank you. Mods are broken right now. Yeah, I wouldn't dare mess with mods personally at this stage. I wouldn't even touch them for a month until after the game's stabilized a bit more. They just put out a hotfix today, so any mod that, you know, is just gonna break again. Right, so just need some rods and cable. Cable. Rods and cable. Okay. I've missed the start. What's the plan? I literally just went over it for someone who just said the same thing a few minutes ago. But the plan is to build an assembler floor. And we've just done a blueprint now to decide... Actually, that's a good point. I need to build the floor first before I start putting down machines. We just did a blueprint for stacked assemblers that are going to be making reinforced iron plates. So the first thing is just quite simple, reinforced iron plates. We have our concrete, so now we can just build another floor. I'll probably build it, I don't know, 5 walls high, something like that. Alright, somewhere here. Well, I suppose further back is better. 5 should be more than... Actually, I need to see how much can we cover. That's 5, 6. 6 walls high then, I guess. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Our foundation there. Okay. And there. Even the world. 26 gigabyte hotfix. Yeah, there was like a 2 gigabyte. I think you meant 2.6 or something. But yeah, there was like a 2 gig update today, and there was one. I'm not complaining. I don't mind. It was like instant, but I just don't know why it's so big. But there was like one crash fix, and it was like a. I think for me it was 1.6 gigabytes. Does it say here? Yeah, it was 1.5. People were like, "What's the update?" If you just check the community tab, they posted what it is, so you can see the known issues and then the fix that was. Don't really understand why people go into the Steam forums and say, "What's the update?" It's like, it says it. That's what it is. You can just see it. Maybe they don't know. It's like harder to find the discussion page than it is to find the patch notes, I think. You think a game mode where the ore nodes run out at some point would be interesting? I'm gonna go ahead and say no. I think on paper it just sounds like, oh, that'd be fun, you know. Well, what could end up happening is maybe at tier 4 you lock yourself out of being able to ever beat the game, something like that, you know, and you wouldn't know for a long time. And you could get into a situation where just right towards the end, you're just short. And it's like, well, I can't do anything. Can't do anything about that then. Now that there's the resource converter in there, and there is so many nodes, it's like quite unlikely that would ever happen, but I just feel like you're just inviting that potential even for one person. Like, why would you want to do that, you know? Now, Factorio ore runs up, but the world's infinite, so there's no problem there. You just go further and you find more. And that's different in this game. You can't just find more. If it runs out, it runs out. So you're, you know, dangerous, I guess. I don't know why you'd want that. But, you know, if you're, I wouldn't be against the option. Just tell people exactly what's happening with this if you were to do it. And it's like, okay, as long as everyone knows what they're getting into. Should I build this one floor higher, do you think? It's right on top of the, it's like right, you know, underneath the roof. I don't know if that's a bad thing or not. It feels like it's a little tight. I think I will. Just to have a little bit more clearance, might look a bit better. So that's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Yeah, 7, I guess. It'll be quick to do because it's just blueprints. What a good community to... What's a good community to discuss mod creation? I don't know, actually. Yeah, so it's called the Satisfactory Mod Manager. I'm sure it has its own Discord, so I would just check to see if it has one like listed in the Mod Manager itself. I'm assuming it does. I feel like I might have seen that, so that's probably the one to go for, but I actually just don't know. Maybe there's a subreddit or something. Try the Discord. There is an official Discord as well. Maybe that's where people got together for modding. Steam normally posts the patch notes, but they didn't today for some reason. Oh, I saw them today. Well, I don't know about Steam. I just always check the developers. Sometimes developers don't post, but like if you, you know, you're on the store page of the game, it gets an update or whatever, you go Community Hub. First thing is like the hotfix. If you can't find that or something, you just click news, and that's anything that they post. You know, it's the official posts. So, but I know not all games do this. I'm just saying maybe they were late with it compared to when the patch actually went out. That could be the case. It just say bug fixes, potential fix for a crash in saves with conveyor belts. For saves with conveyor belts and lifts. So every save ever, pretty much. Except for people that maybe in the tutorial who don't have belts yet. Hey, good catch, I guess, to fix that. Crashes, man, are the worst thing ever. There's like a nasty crash problem going on with man alerts they're trying to nail down. It's above my pay grade. I can see the programmers just like trying to find a way to recreate it. And it's so annoying when you just don't know what's causing something like that. And there's so many things on PC to contend with. It's like, oh, there was a Windows update recently. Do people have the drivers correctly? Which GPU are they using? There's a problem with overclocked Intel CPUs that just crash, which is a known thing, and that's actually apparently a hardware problem, so you can't do anything about that. It's like, oh my god. PCs are a nightmare to optimize for. So many variations. Can you hold control and delete more than one blueprint at a time? No. Alright, that should be our floor done. Alright, so just give them a bit more clearance. We'll also have lights and stuff in here in not too long. That might look a little bit better then. Ah, it was a good thing I did that actually, because now if we do have awesome sinks on this floor, their antenna doesn't creep through, so that's nice. Always hate when that happens. You posted on the store page, but on the library. Got it. Oh, right, in the library thing. How dare they make me click more than once? This is where our stuff rolls out. So for reinforced iron plates, we need screws. We need 2 lines of screws. So either the 2 on the bottom or the top. I guess the top ones would probably be easier. And plates. So the plates come all the way down from the back. Oh, but we just said to do that for plates, we need more plates. We need 460. So actually, before we can go upstairs, we need to duplicate this. We just need to build this blueprint again. Now, for some reason, it's not telling me the name of that blueprint. Oh, there we go. Stacked Constructors 8. And they'll have to go out here. We'll have to wind around some belts and go out that way. It's a bit annoying. That's the way the belt ends. That'll be out of the way, so that's not a problem. So that's just going to continue forward. Actually, yeah, it's okay. It's not too bad. Someone thought this through, I guess. I suppose to keep consistency, I'll just bring it back a bit. Alright, so another 8. And I think we just need to do that again, right? So it's 1 and then 2. Yep. Let's do it in a line to keep it the same as the other one. I've chosen to use that. We had 480 ingots left over, so I'm choosing to make it into iron plates to make the reinforced iron plate recipe work and give us some iron plates left over. Right, we got to connect these together. So that's Mark II, but I think over here I'd already upgraded it. Yeah, Mark III. Alright, it's Mark III out of its mind. That is 2. Out of steel beams. 1 on the end, okay? I love how the gaming community keeps the game alive with mods, like Zomboid, which would be dead a long time ago without modders. I agree, overall, mods are great. I don't know if Zomboid would be dead without modders, personally. I mean, I'm sure lots of people go into the game because of it, but when they put out a big update recently, that's when I went back, and I didn't have any mods. So. But I know a lot of people play with mods, and then when and it definitely makes you play longer, because after I did a playthrough, then I did activate some mods. So it's like, oh yeah, I had another playthrough then because of it. So I agree. I agree overall. Right, we just need more steel. There was no steel. Was there steel beams back there? Yeah, I picked some up. Cool. Alright, that's that. I can just match whatever the belts are using on the other one as well, because we know that we corrected those. You could always use codes after they beat the game the first time. What do you mean by codes? Mods? Yeah, I like to use mods after I beat a game. I don't know why, I just like... I guess because, you know, it could be... I think it's an OCD thing, actually. Really. But, I'm like a purist. I just kind of want to experience the games that developers set out to make first. And then afterwards, I'm happy to, like, just mess around with other things. When people load up Fallout and the first thing they do is mod it before they even play it, I'm like, well, that to me is like wild. But yeah, each to their own. Like I don't judge anyone for it, but it's just like, wow, I don't think I could do that. All right, so they're all connected as well, and feed this along here for now. All right, they're all powered. Cool. So this just needs to receive here 480 and then split. That was Mark III, is it? Great. Okay, so it would be coming in here. Might have to just build it a little further out, actually. All right. So, now, this belt, I'm going to interrupt things for a second. I hate doing, because things will sputter and stutter and stop for a minute. I guess I could just put the ingots back in the machines. That's where it needs to go now, because I've changed the direction of it, so here. That's weird, it actually snapped into that belt, despite it being behind it. Alright, so we're flowing again. I just pushed that one in, and that leaves us room to bring this one around now in a bit of a nicer fashion. Awesome. Great. Now, this doesn't have anywhere to go just yet, so we'll just give it an awesome sink somewhere down here as well. And then we'll send these in here. That's the splitter. Again, I just wish it could give me the line. Why doesn't it give you the line for this thing? Is that right? No. One down from there. I think. There we go. You have the line now. You know? Alright, great. Hooked up and continuing. So anyway, that was just a side job. That'll give us all the plates we need. So now we've just got, I'll just write this one down. So that's another 16 plates. That's 320. So we're using all the iron ingots now we have. That's 640 iron plates that we make. We're going to use 460 of that. 460. How do you get 460 off of 320 and 320? Well, I guess you merge them. No, you can't merge them. Can you merge and then split that? No, because there'd be no belt that could bring it together. I guess just split them into smaller groups and then add them together, I suppose. Oh, that's easy enough, actually. Oh, no, it's not that easy. Because each one's 320, so 320 plus 160 will be almost what we need. But actually, that could only fit... Oh, yeah, that would work. I see. You build a splitter onto one of the 320s. One of the 160s is going in. All that could make it in would be 140, because it'd be a 480 belt. That would work. Oh, that's true as well. Taking 120 off wouldn't work. You need to take 140 off. This works though. I know how to do it, right? So 320. So let's say this is 320. So if you build a splitter on it, now 160 and 160 is going off in two ways. So we take off the 160 and we send it onto a belt of 480. Yeah? We send it onto a belt of 320, sorry. And that will bring it up to 480. But 20 will get backed up. And it'll get backed up and then overflow out the other side. So instead of 160 going off one side, it'd be 180 and 140. Naturally work out that way. All two 880 PM ingots now have a purpose, indeed. Hey, coward. What am I working on? This is an iron factory. And we're just on the assembly floor now. So all the construction floor is done now. We're going to go up a layer and work on... Yeah, so the 4 stacked assemblers that are going to make reinforced iron plates. Then we're going to make rotors, then motors. So basically basic stuff, but it's a more advanced, version of it. Because we're redoing the initial starting factory that we had. Ironically, I'm missing reinforced iron plates. Because that's what I need to build the machines that make them. So to do that, I guess we'll just have to manually craft some. Could I use an assembler for this? I guess so. Where are my sloops? I guess we could throw them in there as well for the fun of it. Build hypertubes? Maybe. Planning on just making stairs. But I could do both. Depends on time. I'm here for 4 hours. I'm trying to be a little bit more efficient with the time. So that's 1 hour gone already. That was 1 hour. That's crazy. So all we did so far was build blueprint. Got our new blueprint. We added 16 constructors and hooked them up. And we built the floor. Okay, well, it's not that bad, but it's still. Now there's only 3 hours to go, so gotta crack on. 201 megawatts of power from one assembler. Insane. So we need basically what you can see over on the right hand side of the screen, which is reinforced iron plates, and that's kind of what I'm waiting on. We've got plenty of these. Toss that and that in there. And stuff more fuel. We also have to figure out the positioning of this, so we'll do that in a sec. Yeah. Oh. It'll take a while to manifold up, but they'll be fine. Alright, here we are then. Alright, it's a bit of an awkward one based on where we just added the iron plates actually. Although I suppose we'll do the... We've got lots of room here thinking about it to manage that better. Actually, yeah, that's actually fine. So it's hard to see. These awesome sinks are temporary, right? They're going to go away. So the iron plates that roll out this way, it's 320. The 320 is going to roll along somewhere out here. Merge up with the 320 that's out here. So they're going kind of the wrong direction, but whatever. I'm not going to redo the blueprints on that now. It's fine. Or even just redo them. It'd be a bit too much effort. Would it? Could send them straight out that way, and then we'd have what we need. Yeah, okay, I will actually. So these are going to rotate. No, wrong side. We need the mergers to do that, not the splitters. That was close. The output. Yeah. All right, cool. We'll just get that ready. And that's just because we're going to be sending this stuff upstairs, and it'll just make it a bit more centralized if it's facing out that way now. Rosie's home. Yeah. Oh wow, it looks really good. Rosie's doing art classes and she just painted something. It's up to you. No more 7-hour streams? I don't want to say ever. I'm just saying today, because it'll be midnight when I'm finished. I'd like to stream earlier in the day, but today I was just extremely busy. The hell is that? I can see the cable for some reason. There we go. How many did we make? 48? Okay. No, I don't think she'd want to show it off on camera. I think she's great, though. It's like we've been together like 13 years or something like that, and Jenny started drawing and stuff recently, and it's like, oh, I didn't know you could just draw, like you can just draw like really, really well. And paint now also, I guess. Alright, cut all that off. Cut the bottoms off. Belts. And then put these mergers back down. All this because we can't just move things in the game. Alright, good. Alright, so there we go. They're gonna get backed up, but that's fine, whatever. So just get rid of this. I just spent all that time putting that down. Doesn't matter. Get rid of it. Let them get backed up, I don't care. They'll straighten out when we send them in somewhere. We need to remove these awesome sinks anyway. And then we could troubleshoot the factory later. So this iron that comes out, you can go, you can go, you can go. Removed. Alright. The iron that comes out of these two need to be merged up and sent somewhere. The same sort of thing has to happen here. So I'll probably use the far out left side. Go straight along the middle of these foundations. So our iron outputs are here and here. So somewhere here would be a perfect place to send them out. Let's go up. I'll paint that. Cover that for a sec. Alright, now we know where we need to put them. There we go. That's our iron plates. I'll just color it orange, because it's the colors we've been using for iron plates. Whoops. Okay, cool. So that's the output for iron plates. The next one is the screw output. We need 2 outputs for those, and they're going to be a bit further down. So that's not right. Gaps. Don't like seeing gaps. Let's just figure that out real quick. Mark 4 belt. Your Mark 4 there. Oh yeah. That's fine. What Darren plays City Builders, what Darren plays Strategy. Us or Stout. Thank you for that. Yeah, actually it's a good shout out though, because I just put up a new video today, started a new series in Frostpunk 2. It's on my What Darren Plays City Builder channel. Please do check it out. What Darren Plays City Builders. If you're interested. Obviously if you don't care, leave it. But if you have any interest in City Builders or Frostpunk, please do consider checking it out. Subscribe, like the video, it would help a lot. It's a new channel, so it's probably not going to get much traction for a while, so I do appreciate it if people could take the time and effort. If they want to see that type of content, just head on over there and click some buttons. Will your playthrough end up as a video series? This one? No. I mean, all the streams stay up as videos, but I'm not editing them to be video series after the fact. I have roughly 150 hours in the game. It's only through watching you that I realized you could just copy-paste signs. Oh man, yeah. that must have been harrowing. Or I'm assuming you just didn't really use them that much if you didn't know that, because why would you? You wouldn't do something like this if you thought you had to manually type in and assign all the layout and colors and everything each time. Right, so that was here. So the screws are down there. Do I want to bring the screws down this way to meet in the middle? Yeah, we'll figure that out. That's doable. Sure. The screws are going to have a tougher time getting over, but they'll still be able to get here fine. Really need to build those stairs. Alright, so as a result, we'll get rid of this. Do a little bit of that. Very last thing I have to just check before I put the floor hole in is it'd be ideal if I could do them side by side. And I don't see necessarily why I wouldn't be able to. Could do them right next to each other, I suppose. That's where they'll go up. Alright. It'll all make sense in a sec. Cool. Now, we need 16 stacked assemblers, or 4 of these machines. Oh, actually, I just realized something. There are 2 separate lines for screws. So more like this. Screw, screw, iron plates. And then our stacked assemblers. There we go. Check that that's aligned. I didn't actually check that. Oh no, I think it's coming over a bit. Am I slightly off? Maybe not actually. Unless the blueprint's messed up. Something's messed up with the blueprint. Oh, not necessarily. Sorry, these aren't constructors, so the thing doesn't have to go right in the center of a foundation. I'm being silly. Get rid of that. We'll just do that again, but shift it over one. Oh no, shift it over one the other way. There we go. Okay. Right, so now, Mark 4, our screws need to go in there. Our iron plates will need to divide. So somewhere like here. So I could put the... I never do this, but some people just do that. I might just try a splitter here. Maybe one over from that. Like we can just nudge it. Alright, so this will be the iron. Iron plugs into there. Some of it just goes into the first line, just like that. The rest will go upstairs and in. Don't know why that happened. We're a little low. Straight belt. In. Cool. And then the last one is going to be screws again. But this will just go straight up. Right, so that's Mark 4, Mark 4, Mark 4. That's a 3. Alright, cool. So that's just one row. We need 4 of these. This is what I was saying. I think it's going to go out too far, but it'll be alright. We'll just extend the thing a little bit. Just finished phase 3. So many things to add to the to-do list. Yeah. Damn shame. Sorry, let me read back at the beginning. I set up a little save before 1.0 just to have a little head start. One of my drills was placed on a sulfur node, but it got removed. The drill is still producing sulfur. Oh wow. Weird. It's not that weird, yeah. Well, I can see why it'd be weird, but the building just saves what its input is, and that just runs once it's placed. That's why you can't move things. It's one of the reasons you can't move things. But yeah, I know what you mean though. You think that like it would just... Otherwise the game would have to be constantly checking, is the deposit still underneath me? You know, it just doesn't really work that way. You think that maybe on load, when you load the game, it does do that check for some reason, but I guess not. Guess not. Maybe that could be to help prevent mods breaking things as well. Alright, cool. There we go. So we've got a 480 belt along the bottom doing screws. Get that in there. That just manifolds all the way down. Just one single line like that. And the same then up on top. So it's 2 480 belts manifolding all the way down. Right. I want to make sure that we are still... Yep, still on the line. Just making sure it wasn't like messed up or something. Alright, that's the screws all hooked up. The next one would be the iron plates. Or, yeah, iron plates. They can go all the way down this way. And oh, actually, do they need... No, it's a 230 belt, so... Yeah, Mark 3 belt is fine. Bro, stop screaming. Who is Stream Elements? It's okay, he only screams a little bit. Yeah, Stream Elements is just the website that runs the bot, I guess, that's in the chat, and it also shows up the alerts and everything that happens on the channel. So that's just, I use Stream Elements. Some people use Stream Labs. You'll see on other streams sometimes it's like people ask, they look for donations and it says like tips streamlabs.com/whatever. I just do everything through YouTube. You can just super chat and memberships. You get a higher cut. So YouTube takes a bigger cut. I think it's like 30% or something from every super chat and every membership. Streamlabs would take like 10% or something, but I'd just rather people just stay on the platform and just use it that way. Twitch takes 50% of a membership though, so that's the difference. It's like, okay, Twitch and Twitch bits take 30% as well. Yeah. Hey, Fluxo. How's it going, man? Alright, that's all of our inputs hooked up, right? Mark 3 out of our mines, Mark 4 out of our mines along the bottom. All good. We need to hook up the power next, I guess. Oh yeah, I might be getting a little close. That alien. Be waiting for Paradox Interactive to release it for 3 years. James Williams said, does anyone here have a clue when City Skylines 2 is coming to console? No, I don't know. Whenever it comes out of early access on PC. Hey. Yeah, I don't know. I don't think they know. Otherwise, I think they'd tell you. What do you use to record your videos? I just use NVIDIA Shadowplay, the kind of built-in... Well, it's just called NVIDIA... I don't even know what it's called anymore. Not called Shadowplay, it's just NVIDIA Share. Just use that. And then I record with this microphone using Audacity. I don't use OBS. OBS, for me anyway, I feel like it slows down the CPU and stuff too much in the GPU. But when I use Shadowplay, it just runs on the GPU. There's like no impact to frame rate, like none. Nothing. When you hit record. I remember back in the day, I used to use Fraps, I used OBS, I used XSplit, used loads of different things. But Shadowplay, I feel like has excellent picture quality and minimal impact on your frame rate. People scoff at me, other creators scoff at me for using it, but it's like, well, I don't know, man. It just works, so I don't know. I don't really have a problem with it. It can be every now and then finicky with some games. Like this game, I think I mentioned it to you in Update 8. It was only... Something happened where maybe the drivers updated or GeForce Now updated, and every time this game had an autosave, the recording would just stop. Which wasn't the worst thing. Like, it created blocks of 40-minute segments I could use, but it was just, I did every now and then forget to hit record again. And it was only this game that did it. But it might be some sort of like, oh, okay, some severe CPU writing, like making a big save file, interrupts the recording. But they're on separate hard drives, so I don't even know why that would happen, but... Other than that, that's the only issue I've ever had, and it only started happening midway through Update 8. It's not the game's fault. I'm sure it's just something to do with Shadowplay. Alright, just temporarily, I'm just going to power this by just grabbing a pole somewhere here. Hooking it up, and then we'll just feed the belts from downstairs. Just make sure it's running, and maybe give it an awesome sync as well. Oh, good job, Darren. We'll just connect those. I only stream on YouTube, yeah. Look, so you're the first person... Oh, sorry, you're the person that made the giant tower of everything. Hey, Darren, what is an optimal spacing between truck stations? Because I'm doubling when a truck passes it. Sorry, but... Oh, sorry, I'm doubting when a truck passes several unloads. I can't even read that for some reason. Because I am doubting when a truck passes several, it unloads its stuff at the wrong station, or am I wrong? Yeah, so something you got to be careful of with truck stations is we can't see it right now because they decided to not show bounding boxes for some reason, but we can see the bounding box. Let's say it comes out to here. All right, let's just say that's the footprint of a truck station, okay? So our truck station's body, let's just say the body is there, and the zone it covers, you know, just for sake of argument, is there. If you drive a truck through that, but you don't stop, when you get out and save the route, the truck will stop there. And it'll try to unload or load or do whatever it needs to do. So you don't want to pass directly underneath the crane or the zone of another station. Which is why when I'm doing my stations, you know, you'll often see it's, you know, for aesthetics as well, but it's like you do this and then I'll have like a little thing that shows me, no, we need to like, there's a certain route that needs to go around and there's a certain route that needs to go through. So I always divide up like 2 lanes, always. You always have to have a second lane for traffic that's avoiding the routes, because I'll have that. So that'll be 1 truck station. So you asked how many, what's the spacing? So I have a blueprint where it'll be 2 and then 1 on either side. Right, so this will be the entire footprint of the blueprint. That's the blueprint's footprint. Alright, so it's like that. And that's the zone that we want to avoid. So normally what I do is I don't know what the optimal gap is or anything, but I'll just do like a gap of 3. But then the blueprint will start again here. And this will be the hot zone, if you will. And this just gives, I mean, that's a lot of, is that right? Yeah, because then it's a gap of 4 between the stations. So a gap of 4 between stations, but a gap of like 2 between blueprints. I think that's what I did in my previous playthrough. You can load up my save and actually see in whatever in my update 8 playthrough, because in the Silicon Factory, that's where my trucks work best, and I think it's because I use that gap as well. So what I'll have is, yeah, a route that just goes, maybe not even that close, but just goes past the truck station it doesn't want to go into, and then in this area where there's a gap here, that's where the turn sort of begins, and you kind of end up going in that way. Right, so it's like somewhere around here start turning and going in. Now, inevitably, that means that somewhere here, trucks are going that way, but that's okay. Trucks can T-bone each other just fine. If I'm going this way, and a truck is going this way, and I get shunted and T-boned, and I spin out of control or whatever, doesn't matter. Truck will just reset, and then just go where it needs to go. If 2 trucks hit head-on, they could deadlock. But that's not going to happen in this situation, so you're totally fine. And trucks wait behind each other. So if you're worried about clogging up this sort of artery, let's say you have like a load of stations, I often have like 10, you know, in a line. And some on the other side too. If you're worried about clogging up like that line, it's not really a problem. They actually just uniformly wait behind one another, and it's really nice. It's actually really cool when you check it on the map, especially. You see them all like dead in a line, perfectly lined, moving like a little belt almost as they feed into their different truck stations. So, and I haven't ever seen it cause a delay or anything, so hopefully that answers that question. I think it's a good one to ask because I haven't talked about it before, so didn't mind spending some time on that. Alright, Shadowplay is really nice. If I recall correctly, Coffee Stain Studio said on their last stream that not showing the bounty box anymore was something of a wanted feature. However, now they're getting the opposite feedback, so they're not sure what they'll do. When, you know, I'm not a story developer like those, but we have a similar thing with Manor Lords, right? We'll react to something because it feels like everyone is saying something, when really the reality of what's happening is people only write the thing when they're complaining about it. People who are enjoying it don't say anything because it's like, oh yeah, it's a standard feature. Like, why would I say anything? It's only when it goes missing, then people are like, hey, where's that thing gone? Or, you know, if it gets changed. So normally what happens then, you realize that you've just divided your audience somewhat on a feature and idea. Make it a toggle. Not always the easiest solution, and it's a bit of a cop-out game design-wise, but making it a toggle is usually the answer. So if I was to be building and I want to see my bounding box, I would say that I should just be able to press a hotkey. That'd be my solution. Or have it an actual option. Either a hotkey or an option. Because I can see why they've moved it. When you've got a lot of blueprints and stuff like this, you can get a lot of bounding boxes, right? They're here right now. We can see them. And especially when the builds get bigger and bigger and we have blueprints all over the place, it actually lags your game a little bit when you do that. You go into like blueprint mode. Not even that many right now, but when you get more with lights and foundations, like everything here is a blueprint. It has its own bounding box. So I can see why, like, I don't really need to see the bounding boxes. It's funny, I don't really need to see them when I'm doing this at all. But I do need to see them when I'm putting things down. It's almost the opposite. It's like, you could have kept it there when you're putting things down. Probably could have got rid of it when you're deleting things, but maybe people would have complained with that too. I don't know. We talked about that on another stream. He's a PlayStation fanboy. James William asked, choose Xbox or PlayStation? It's obviously PlayStation. Hail Sony Interactive Entertainment, indeed. I didn't moderate you, by the way. That keeps happening automatically because you're typing in all caps too much. Sorry about that, but I saw the message right before it went away. Which is interesting. Stream Elements is kind of slow, I guess. Alright. Right, let's feed the... Oh yeah, I need to do the awesome syncs and then we can move on. Just so we can run the machines. I guess I'll need to go further out. So these two can combine up on the line and just go into an awesome sync. Can't really go that much further out this side, actually, thinking about it. Or at least not high up, anyway. Alright. Almost done. Okay, let's power this. Sorry if I missed any chat from Fluxo. I use the same for recording, he said, actually. Sometimes I have to restart my PC because it starts and instantly... Yes, that's a new issue too, actually, thinking about it. I don't know what's causing that. I'm like, oh, it's as if it's locking onto your browser or Steam or something, and it's like, even if you exit those programs, it doesn't matter. You just have to restart. I don't know what that is either. That caught me the first time that happened because I hit it and the message comes out recording, but it like instantly goes away. And the first time I did that, I didn't notice. I must have recorded like 40 minutes and I stopped and I was like, wait a second. There's no... It's definitely not doing it. So, I will admit, actually, lately it has been presenting some issues. But for the most part, for the last like 6 years of doing this, 7 years, it's been generally quite well behaved. But yeah, that is two recent issues, actually. Anyways, right, so we need to send our screws upstairs, 2 lots of it, and then we need to send our... plates up there too, and I need to use that splitting technique I talked about earlier. So that's our plates there. We might just have to do a little bit of clipping to allow our other machines to run until we get rid of those. Whew, that's nasty clipping, actually. We can move those, I guess. Just for a moment, we'll do this. I don't know what's gonna happen. So you'll need to aim out that way. And the idea is that this would just go straight down there into there. Suppose it's slightly to the side though, so I'd have to do something like this. One of the lines goes there and the other line goes there. Rather annoyingly. Alright, so that screw's going upstairs. Don't worry, this will all be removed. It's just temporary. Keep things running. Is there an easier way to do that? Because I can't come out the left and go down this way. It's too close. I don't think so then. Same needs to be done up on top. I suppose, I was going to say, like, maybe I could have put them on stacked belts or something, but no, I think they'll just run next to each other. These rods will go out this side instead. That's going to be so weird. Alright, let's just see what happens. I've never done that before, where it's just disregarding what's really going on, basically. And I might clean this up as well. Just let's get it temporary. I just want to get the stuff up there, and then we'll figure out how to make it look a little bit better. That's the area I'd want to put that down, but I guess we'll just have to go here. It's not an output, is it not? Oh no, it's not. Whoops. Alright, out you go at the front. Connect that, reconnect that back in. 4. So bad. Alright, well. What can you do? Nothing at all. Even Fluxo couldn't fix that. There you go, just 2 belts overlapping each other, there's nothing wrong with that. What a neat trick. Alright, so the next one then would be the iron plates. So the iron plates needs to go up there. Now for that, we've already looked at how to do it. This is going to be our 480 belt. And then this needs to go into a splitter, and its first split, say here. $160 would be branching off this bit. And then merging onto here. I'd have to do an up and over afterwards, but just for now, that's totally fine. Just allow clipping until we get rid of all these awesome sinks and redirect where these things go, because they're all going upstairs, so it's like, yeah, it's all just temporary. Just want to keep making that clear. Right. You're sorted. Okay, cool. Just for funsies, to keep this running the way it should be. What am I lacking? Encased industrial beams. Go in there for now. They'll just keep everything going. Alright, cool. So basically what's happening is we've got 480, or sorry, what's coming out of every machine? 320. 320 rolling along there, and then this 320 gets split into 2, so it's 160 and 160. We need 480. We can only hold 480 going out of that merger. What's going to happen there is only 140 will merge in. 20 will get backed up, push out the other direction, and go into the awesome sink or go elsewhere. Hey, Sky Bosom is here. What did you say earlier? I missed it. I made a city with 42 tractors operating within the city. Worked really well. I built a fueling station, and each vehicle stopped at the station to fuel. Yeah, I did that too. Made a fueling station. I was hoping they'd just drive straight through. That was the first time I realized that. I just drove through it, because obviously as a player, you can drive through and you automatically refuel. And I was like, perfect, we'll make a little checkpoint on a road. Cars that drive through will just immediately get fuel as they go through. But that doesn't work. They always stop, I think. I don't know what happens if you set their wait time to like 0.1 second. Because then they probably would just refuel. But yeah, I don't know. Anyway. Alright, cool. Let's head on up. So, is that everything then? Yeah. There we go. We've got our rods. Sorry, not our rods. Our plates and our screws. And we've got reinforced iron plates making their way out. I'm just going to build a little container because I happen to be out of them right now. Ooh, I know what we could do. Even just temporarily, throw down one of these bad boys. Need some modular frames, and I have the other stuff as well. We'll just build a splitter there. And then we'll load up our inventory with reinforced iron plates. Then we're on to the next group, which is going to be modular frames, actually. After hours of collecting those spheres, my dimensional depot tree is finally maxed out. I can get back to playing the factory part of the game again. That's so funny. That's a good point. I bet people, yeah, do just get OCD about it and go like, I'm just going to keep collecting everything I can find, and then we can start the game. Just beat the game, total of 70 hours. That's pretty quick. Good job. What's mine at? I'm at 44. I'm nowhere near done. Good job. No belt clipping either. That's an important distinction for 70 hours. Nice. That's really good. 70 hours is really good, I think, anyway. I've lost my mind. Oh, with all the belt clipping. I know. Don't worry. We'll get to it. But see, it's all just temporary because that's all going to go upstairs. So they won't be clipping. Just group by group, we have to go through each other momentarily. And we won't log off like that either. We'll fix it before the end. The dimensional depot. Bonk. Thank you. Zabra. Well, new channel member. Thank you. Where did I put my Mercer spheres? There. Could have just put them into the... I keep forgetting we have the cloud thing now. So cool. So we need 10 fluctuators. Do I have any? Nope. And we have to manually craft those, right? I'll make 30, because we need 30. Wait. Whoops, sorry. I saved at 60 hours, I'm stuck at phase 3 still. Yeah, I'd imagine at 60, 70 hours I'll be just maybe finishing phase 3, maybe? I think you can delete the load unload node in the vehicle path to stop it from to keep it from stopping. I think I tried that, because yeah, that was my first thing. I got out and I was like, oh, it created one of those golden yellow nodes or whatever. Oh, I wanted 40 exact. Oh well. Pop that in there. But yeah, I'm pretty sure when I tried doing that then... Oh, then what happened? When I deleted the node, it doesn't drive through. It does whatever it can to move around it. It's like it detects a giant collision box, and it's like, oh, I gotta go around that then. And it's like, dude, the two nodes are like right before and after. Just go straight. And it's like, no. It like hits almost like a wall. That's what it did in Update 8. I don't know if it still does that. Yeah, you just reminded me of that. Alright, cool. Got what we need. Make that depot. Oh my god. This is the only bit of cosmetics I've done. Look what happens to it. What a disaster. Okay, these are not supposed to be backed up, but we know why they are this time. Maybe I should do the hypertube. Oh no. God damn. So used to my liquid biofuel carrying me for like forever. $82 hours in. First time player at 1.0 and I hit phase 3 last night. That's pretty good. First time player, I think it's better than me probably. Alright, dimensional depot and a splitter, please. Send that stuff in there and let it upload. Excellent. 30 per minute. I don't know how much. What do we make? We make 76 per minute. 77 per minute. Once they all start firing properly. Seem to be doing well. They're a little low on their plates so far, but screws are making their way down. These are barely running at all. Okay, that's fine. Cool. It's just a manifold, so it'll take a while. Right, so that's reinforced iron plates done. Next up, modular frames. Now, I haven't looked at the rates for modular frames, so I don't know what we're using to make that. If we have enough. So we need some of the reinforced iron plates that we just made. So we made 77.6. Oh no, 76.7. It's 3 and 12 rods. How many rods do we have? 480. So that's good. Do we need rods for anything else? Rotors, right? Or something? With the recipe I'm using. We need... It was 10 of these, so 200. So I'm left with 280. Okay, cool. We've got 280 to work with. So 280 in modular frames. 280 divided by 12. 23.3 recurring. Yeah, we could, and we'd have reinforced iron plates left over. Seems like it works to me. 23 rod machines, though. That's a lot of assemblers. 24. For modular frames. Let's see, do I have a blueprint for that already? Mod frame. 2 stacked layers of 2 assemblers with built-in signs and lighting. Developed for the silicon factory. Might be a fancy schmancy recipe. I don't know if it's the standard recipe or not. We need crystal oscillators for that one. I have some. I just will remove that from the blueprint then. Alright, modular frames is next. I don't believe it did. What did I not do? Martin, did you unlock the gas mask? No, I saw someone in the comments. Was it you saying, oh, you obviously got distracted and forgot that. I always get overwhelmed by the game. I haven't got it yet. I'm not exploring today anyway. By the game, when phase 4 starts, get overwhelmed. So I never actually get past that point. Yeah, the furthest I've ever gotten is making fused frames, and I made a low amount of supercomputers, but I was building a new supercomputer factory. I made radio control units. So fused frames was 16.5 per minute. And radio control units, I think it was like 30 per minute. That was as far as I got. Aluminum, I was making like 1500 aluminum casing per minute and 500 alclad. That was fine. I only ever built one aluminum factory ever, and it was that one. There we go. That's what I was looking for. What am I missing? Rods and wire. Alright, cool. Nice that you can actually see your resources ticking up on the right hand side of the screen from the cloud. It's like, oh, I've got 104, 105. Cool. Like what I was talking about earlier, which is if you had dynamic signs that would tell you what factories are making, or like what's in a container, that kind of thing. It'd be nice to plug that in somewhere. I think a mod does that, but anyway. I think it'd be cool if it was part of the game where you actually had to connect the signs and power them or something. Or just like attach them to the machine somehow. Alright, so this is what we're going to use. That was my little lighting that we're going to use. We don't make crystal oscillators, so I'm just going to remove that from the build. That can go. We're using reinforced iron plate and steel pipe. Ooh, an alternate recipe I actually don't have right now. I can see that that's still in the game. We can load blueprints with alternate recipes. Yeah, I don't have it. Well, we'll play the game honestly. Let's remove that recipe. Standard one. We're going to go with rods and plates. Are we at 100%? Yeah. Actually, we don't need to be at 100%. So we have 280 iron rods. I don't think I need rods for anything else. So hopefully I can use all these. 280 iron rods, and we are consuming 12. Allows us to use all of them. Would it be good to keep some? Ah. Maybe. Maybe we should do... Even just a very small amount of rods building up in the background would be good. So let's say I did 260. What about 250? 40? That's a nice number. 20 machines. 240 divided by 12 then. And that leaves us with 40 per minute. Yeah, keep 40. Vitor has it right. Alright, we'll do that then. So, 20. So we need 5 of these blueprints then. That's cool. That makes everything a little easier, doesn't it? Alright, we'll copy that then. Oops, paste it onto that one. That one. Okay. Now, I'm just thinking of how these are going to be positioned. So, the assembly floor. Everything comes out towards the left. So it would need to be fed in from the right. So that's okay. And that's okay. Great. Don't need to do anything then. Other than just check the rates. So what do we got? 3 and 12. And how much is going up on top and bottom? If it's 240, it's 120 on top and bottom. Mark 2. This has already been done for me. Who the hell designed this? And the bottom, yeah, it can be a Mark 1. Sweet. Don't need to do anything with this. I don't think. I'm gonna eat my words probably, but yeah, if it's Mark II on top, that's where the rods go. The only thing I would change is the color. I would just make it green to indicate that the rods are coming in that way. Just makes it easy to know what's doing what. That's green, that's green. That'll be the rods. I might color them white instead, but green and green. Flip this. Cool, and that's not screws, that's reinforced iron plates, which we've colored purple. So let's do that. So the belts will be purple, purple, purple. I'm definitely leaning on trains a lot harder this playthrough now that they're cheaper to build. Oh, I didn't know that they were cheaper. I never thought their cost was particularly prohibitive before, but maybe for, I guess if you want to do them earlier now, maybe it's just easier. Okay, just flip that again. And then I'll do a blitz of the chat and just catch it real quick, because I feel like I've probably skipped over a few things. Alright, cool. Is that it? So we'll just save this. Stacked assemblers, mod frames, designed. We'll just get rid of that bit and say yes. There. Okay. So we need 5 of those. Those are all the things I need, and then we can get building. Everything out of there. Thank you. Alright, let me just catch some of the chat. Just to make sure I'm caught up. Can't do 2 things at once, God forbid. There we go. Alright, so. You're great. Your videos are great while I toil for fix it. Thank you, Kirk. Wish you could zoop in 2 dimensions. You can. Oh, yeah, not at the same time, though. Yeah, yeah. Did you unlock the gas pack? No. What's your blocker for making liquid biofuel? I made a quick setup for my old world because I was tired of how poor the normal fuel was for my jetpack. Honestly, I didn't even think I had it unlocked. So that's what. Maybe we'll focus on that in the future as well. Just make a little biofactory then. Just having that one up. I didn't even know I had it yet. I don't know why. When do you get it? Do you just get it with fuel generators and stuff? I just set up my liquid biofuel factory and I'm loving it. Liquid biofuel is the second most fun line after nuclear. Yeah, my liquid biofuel, I keep forgetting to go load into that and have a look at it in what it looks like in update 8, because or 10 or 1, whatever. Because it was probably my favorite factory build aesthetically anyway. I'm so used to this Let's Play episodes. I'm so used to the Let's Play episodes now I got to rewatch all your live streams. Did that, Brock? At least there's loads of content there for you. Why is the iron ingots input for the second iron plates keep stopping? I'll check that later. A lot of times being AFK reading on wikis and whatnot. Oh, that's someone else who said that. Sorry, you had similar icon. I always get overwhelmed by the game of face. Oh yeah, okay, cool. The poor man's poison song Feed the Machine kind of fits the theme of these industry building games. I just found out that if you press F, set to blueprint mode, you can select the blueprint by collecting the mass. Told you this every stream so far. I believe... Oh, sorry. I've been... looking for a SAM node for like 3 hours and didn't find one. Oof. They're in caves. Look for caves. Hey, Fake. It's going good. Sorry it took a while to get to that. Hope you're doing good. Can trains be automated? Do you have to drive them? They're automated. You never have to drive them. You just tell them to go to 2 different stations. Where is niche for trucks? I don't really understand when they are better than tractors where trains aren't useful. Where's it? What's the need for trucks? I've talked about this before. I don't want to be too redundant because we mentioned it, but I like trucks for smaller local routes. I think trains are a bit overkill if you're moving low volume of stuff, just in my opinion. Trucks also don't stop-start when they load and unload, whereas trains do. So trucks can handle full throughput of a miner. Let's say 1200 per minute. 1200 is a lot for a truck to handle, to be fair. But as an example, if you have a belt of 480 coming out of a miner and you're pumping it straight into a truck station, when the truck loads, the belt never gets interrupted. So you're always getting 480 per minute from point A to point B. There's no issue. With the train, you'd have to, if you had 480 going into a carriage, it would stop while it's loading, and then feed back in when it stops loading. Right? And some people go, oh, make a buffer. Yeah, buffer would kind of work. Not really, though, because if you still only had 480 belts coming out of the buffer, it's not going to solve that problem. I'm talking 2 belts of 480 going in, 2 belts coming out, let's say, into both inputs. Same with the truck. That's like a small, tiny, little mini advantage. I'm not saying it's huge. Mini advantage for trucks, which is that nothing stops. They just always run. No problem. At the max belt speeds. If you aren't dealing with the max belt speed anyway, and you're dealing with high volume, then trucks or trains are pretty good. But it's a lot of infrastructure and a lot of what do you call it? Space, I guess. You have to design signals and all this stuff. Trucks are like so much easier, really. But when it comes to long distance, trucks are impractical because they need to be refueled. So obviously long distance and long haul, or large hauling, trains are the way to go. But the reality is, if you want to be efficient, don't use either. Just use belts. Want to join my server and build this for me? No. Alright, so modular frames. We have to get the materials for it, and then go build those next ones. I think I'm caught up on the chat now. Not to delete the blueprint, to copy it. No, this thing. I've been doing it on stream. Copy it, right? Oh yeah. Literally did it earlier today, and I've been doing it the last few days. Always tell people how to do that. It's okay though. I mean, people are gonna miss things all the time. These are long streams, and I'm joking really when I say like, "Oh, I've showed you that already." How can I expect people to like, you know? Obviously, you're gonna miss things. No, don't be sorry. It's fine. Joking. I'm joking. It's all good. You gotta be paying attention to you should be watching on 0.5 speed to really absorb everything. Subtitles on and read the transcripts afterwards. Don't miss anything. This is a job, damn it. Take yourself seriously. Alright, we got what we need. Whoop, before I go up there, we now need to do that thing I just did earlier, which is decide where these things are going to come up. It's easy enough, actually, because this right here is the rods. So the rods are coming out there. And we said that we want to use space that's not being destroyed right now by things. So could we go straight up here? I don't know. Let's see. No. So we'd have to move forward at least a little bit. Not too bad though. We could just go maybe right here. What are the other rods for? I can't remember. We're using 200 rods in something. Rotors, yeah. And then 240 in something else. And then we're saving 40. So we're just going to split our belts 2 ways. But 240 is going to go straight up. 240 is going to... Well, it's going to go up as well into rotors. But maybe somewhere else. Or we'll just split it and have 2... Yeah, we'll just have 2 floor holes. So maybe the rotors can go on the left side then? That would work. Alright, cool. So we'll start here then. So... one of the complicated things, though, is we need 5 of these. And that goes out a bit far. And our machines wouldn't be aligned. I don't think that really matters. Groups are separate, and they're connected via the these things anyway. Alright, let's just try, see what happens. So that's 1... What's going on with this? Is that it? Nope. For some reason, blueprint mode wasn't really snapping in there. There we go. We're aiming out to the left, yep. Oh, we're aiming out to the left. Oh, maybe that needs to change, actually. Modular frames. No, left is good actually. They go out to the right though. Right, okay. Alright, so there is a slight change that needs to happen here. These things need to go around and go in from the left. So we're going to have to just redesign that blueprint really quickly, reverse those to go out the left side. The other input's okay though. Just doing, what's the yellow machines doing? The yellow machines. These are doing reinforced iron plates. Those are smelting iron. Those are doing iron plates. Those are doing iron rods. Those are doing screws, iron plates, steel pipes. All of it taking in iron ingots. Below, the solo one. The big yellow machines, those things, those are recyclers. They kind of take in your material, your excess material. It just keeps your machines running and then generates tickets. And you can use tickets to buy like cosmetics and stuff. Alright, let's load this up. So, machines. Bonk. Knew it was too easy. 4. We'll have to just reverse the reinforced iron plate direction on these. Just this one needs to go that way instead. Do one floor at a time, I suppose, to keep things easy. Alright, so just reconnect that. That. I think it only needs Mark 1, just, I don't know, to be safe. Alright, so same down here. Wonder, do I need 2 versions of this? Or could I stack them on top of themselves? Because I feel like the line's going to come out too far with 5 of them, but we'll see. Is that it? I think that's it. Hi. Hey, MK Sup. Good day, Mikhail. Good day to you. Anyone else getting ads while watching the stream? Yeah, there are ads on the stream. I think it's like every 18 minutes or something there's an ad. Something like that. Shouldn't be any more frequent than that, though. Oh, it's different times for everyone. It's not like everyone gets one at once. Whoops. Hey, Alex. Alright, I think that's good. Save it. Hear that. Not if you have premium. Oh, yeah, that's true. Yeah, if you have YouTube premium, obviously you don't get any. Hi, play you on a server? No, I'm not playing multiplayer. This is just single player. I don't really play multiplayer games. You ever combine the lifters with splitters and mergers? You ever combine the lifters with splitters and mergers? I'm not exactly sure what you mean. Do you mean putting these down first and then just snapping one on? I don't do that because I think it looks weird, but that's just a me problem. But that works. I just think it looks strange. I prefer positioning them that way. I just prefer that. Thanks, Steven. How many hours am I looking at? 48? Was it? 44 so far? Almost 45? It's just an iron factory, though. It's not that crazy, really. Crazy, really. 1, 2, 3, 4. So this blueprint is a bit of a problem. We're going to have to... Okay, yeah. I got an idea. It's the one we need. I need the inputs facing me. Bring it back. About there. Gonna move in even further. I don't know why I'm lining it up there. That's not where it needs to line up. As long as it's aligned with this thing here, we're good. Good. Alright. Cool. So that's one. Do another one nearby. That's 2. So we need 3 more. So I can do 1 here, and then I'm going to go in front and over to the left. I'll use splitters to divide things up. It's just manifold anyway, so it doesn't really matter. I don't think. Because we're going too far over the edge, and that guy likes to fly in over this part of the factory, and it's just a little too close for my liking. Rick Verban with the super chat. Hey man, love the work you do. Keep it up. Thank you very much. Appreciate that, Rick. Sup, Alex? I think I already got you. Martin, I don't mind the ads if it helps the streamer I'm watching. Yeah, I appreciate that. I mean, 18 minutes I think is generous, in my opinion, for ads, but each to their own, I suppose. You ever combine the lift? Oh, yeah, I read that already. It also creates a problem further down the line. Hard to align other splitters, yeah. Have you ever combined spaghetti and lasagna? I actually don't like lasagna, so no. I do like spaghetti. I know what you mean. I know the joke you're going for, I mean. It's not like I'm like playing it totally straight, not getting it. Right. Do we want to line these up? Yeah, we line these up. Actually... Yeah. I'll go on this side, sorry. You can just line up somewhere here. 1, and then another one. Then we're done with module. Well, we have to hook them up, I guess, and run them. Then we're done. Alright, and we have to, yeah, just connect each of them together. So that is 20 assemblers making modular frames. I didn't even actually look at how much we make then. 2 per minute. And quick math would tell me that's 40, I think. Oh yeah. My brain's pretty big. God, I'm so thirsty. I didn't use the pure iron ingot recipe. I don't really have access to refineries properly. I mean, I do, but I didn't have enough material to make them. Plus, I don't have the recipe anyway. It did roll for us once. We just went with something else. So this is just using smelters. It's not a pure... I'm not getting the best, absolute most iron ever that you could possibly get, but it's pretty good. We're using pure nodes. It's all set to be 480 per minute, and that's just what this factory will do pretty much for life. 480 per minute ingots. 6 pure nodes, 2,880, I think, ingots per minute. Then it goes into make 320 plates, 480 rods, 1,920 screws, 240 pipes, and then we added an additional 320 plates. So that's a total of 640 plates. Now we're deciding what to do in the next layer, which is the assembly layer, right? Check the sounds, make sure that these are running okay later. So yeah, we've just set up the reinforced iron plates. That's the purple machines. And the sort of bluish ones here are modular frames. So I just need to hook up the belts together. Right, so that's that. And then the ones on the bottom are going from the opposite direction. Right. Back these down here as well. Good creepy music. Oh, I left that on the blueprint. Whoops. These aligned? Yeah, they are. Okay. That's where our stuff's going to be coming up. This will be rods, and they can come up just on one belt and then split up here. Because why the hell not? So... Right, so they're already... So when they come up, this is going to be 480 rods per minute. Going to go in there and split. Some of that's going to go somewhere else. 240. The other 240 is going to roll straight in here. And just be split between these two groups. Why can't you do that? Oh, you have to go up higher. Maybe I should just raise the whole thing. Why not? So good. All right, great. There we go. So that's our iron rods fed now. Oh yeah, we just have to update these ones. Oh no, it's not. We have to go upstairs as well. What am I saying? Needs another split. So this is our... Yeah, that's the amount that's going to go to a different group of machines. This then needs to go upstairs and split again. Okay, yeah, that's actually fine. We'll do this. It's not efficient at all, but it'll eventually work itself out with manifolds, right? It'll just take a while, and it'll sort itself out. There we go. All right. Remember in school when they focus hard on mental math, because we won't always be carrying calculators around in our pockets different times. Yeah, I vaguely know. I've seen people meme on that. I feel like even when I went to school, I was born in 92. Like, I had a mobile phone in my pocket. It wasn't a smartphone, but it had a calculator. So we were already kind of saying, like, we'll just use a calculator because we kind of have one. You like spaghetti but don't like lasagna? I've never heard that before. I'm not a big fan of cheese, so I'm not a big fan of spaghetti. Or lasagna, so it often comes with it. I know that's a controversial thing to say right off the gate. Cheese is... The only thing I really eat cheese on is pizza, and I like pizza. It's not that I hate cheese or anything. I eat it. I'm just not a lover of cheese the way a lot of people are. And I'm not lactose intolerant. Cheese is just like whatever. It's like, yeah... I'll have cheese. If you put it in front of me, it's okay, I'll eat some. I don't really care. But I'm never like, oh, need some cheese. But people really love it, you know. My thing like that is like chocolate or sugar. Like I'll kill people for that stuff, you know. So we all have our vices. A lot of people seem to like cheese. I just don't really, I just don't really care for it. Potato guy, huh? That's racist, man. Yeah, not really. Don't really eat much potatoes either, actually, thinking about it. When I was in Ireland, no joke, we just ate potatoes with every single meal, pretty much. Almost all the time. Since living in England, I don't know why, I just never really bothered to cook them. Only in the last year we started kind of doing that. Me and my partner, she's Irish as well. So I don't know why, but yeah, we just never really bothered to make it. It's just like, oh, you gotta peel them and then mash them and stuff. It's effort. Like I'll cook curries, and I really like curries, and I like Mexican food. I like Chinese and Indian curries and stuff, and I'll make those myself. But yeah, just never get in the habit of making like a ham, you know, or roast chicken or something like that. It's like so much effort. My mom used to make all that stuff. It was great. And my grandmother, but almost like a lost art to me in some ways. Like, I don't know. I don't even know where you get a ham like that, to be quite frank. Never spoken to a butcher in my life, or a fishmonger or anything. I just go to Sainsbury's or whatever, just pick stuff out of the packaging. I'm your classic introverted millennial who doesn't want to talk to anyone. So I would be a bit afraid about asking a butcher, like, I don't know anything about meats. They're all going out of business because of people like me, probably. Alright, is that hooked up? So that's the inputs done. Just want to make sure I did it on the bottom. Distracted and I forget. Yeah, sorry. Alright, so that is the inputs done. Outputs need to be hooked up, and the power is basically hooked up now. Cheese is in the white sauce. Then it's on top too. Who has cheese in lasagna? Well, also, when I was a kid, like, I suppose as a kid I didn't really like having vegetables, so it's like, oh, peppers and stuff. What's supposed to be in, like, a lasagna? Lasagna recipe. Lasagna recipe is BBC version. I said I wouldn't get distracted, but here we are. Lasagna al forno. Takes less than 30 minutes, but it takes 2 hours to cook. Effort. For the ragu, you're looking at some beef mince, onion, celery, garlic, flour, beef stock, red currant jelly, optional. Tomato puree, thyme, and chopped tomatoes. That's okay. That's all totally fine. But then, for the white sauce, as this person mentioned, butter, plain flour, milk, Dijon, parmesan, about 50 grams or 2 ounces, and 12 lasagna sheets. I'd say, I'll just generally, just not a big pasta fan. Pasta, cheese, it's all good. It's fine. It's totally fine. I would eat it and I would enjoy it, but it's never something I'm like, yeah, I want that. Like one of the last things I'd ever ask for, you know? But I like spaghetti. Just your basic... A carbonara spaghetti is actually quite nice. I do have that every now and then, but it is heavy. But also just your classic, what would it be? Bolognese? Can't get wrong with that. That's pretty good, man. But once you start getting into the little loopy pasta and all the little shells and the ragus, forget it. Not into that. I'll eat it again, like I'll be totally fine. And every now and then I go to an Italian, I do get those things because I don't try. I'm very adventurous with food. Not when I cook it myself, when I go out. I always try to have something I've never had before if I can. To seize the opportunity. So, you know, recently I had some sort of, I don't know, those pasta where they clamp it and there's stuff in the pocket itself, whatever that's called. I don't know what it's called. And I was like, this is pretty good, but like again, it's no Indian curry, you know, not by a mile. All right, anyways, those are all powered now. Yellow lights across the board, except for just up here on top. Now we just need to get them their stuff. We have to hook up the reinforced iron plates. So there might be something wrong with these because it seems to be not receiving the way I'd like. We are doing a bit of weird stuff with the plates the way we're dividing them down here. Oh, there's not enough plates coming out, I would say. Oh, I know what's happening. I never merged them. The problem. Nice and easy problem, at least. There we go. That should fix things up. Right. How silly of me. One viewer. I have one viewer right now. Awesome. Very intimate. First time catching What Arm stream. The stream didn't go down or anything, did it? Let me just check. I saw that too. Just needs a refresh. What kind of factory is this? I'll talk through it in just one sec. Once we hook up these last machines, or these next machines. No, it's okay. Then I'll talk through exactly what it's doing. So just bear with me. 5 minutes, and we'll talk through it. Okay, so the rods need to come up, and then the plates need to connect. So the plates will be made in higher volume now, and they'll be rolling out this way. And we said that with 20 of these machines, 20 times 3, they'll need 60 plates, which is so perfect, because we can just merge it all up onto one line, and then just take a 60 belt right off that. Even just temporarily, we'll just use this one. Oh, actually, this is all kind of in the way now, so I'll just have to get rid of that. So, this would need to be splitter, or even a smart splitter, but I guess it doesn't need to be. This is just going to take 30. Or sorry, 60. And we'll split it. Split it a little closer to its buddy there. This is just going to go around and go in there. There goes our reinforced iron plates. Now, the rest of it can go into dimensional depot here. The awesome sinks are temporary. It's just to keep the factory running, so we can see if the manifolds are working as they should be. more importantly, that's always going to be 60. Oh no, it'll be 60 and 60. Yeah, it's not going to divide these things correct. This does need to be probably an overflow from here. Okay, let me just go pick up the AI limiters to do that. Sometimes I do wonder if all 600 viewers are just like my dad running bots to make me feel better about myself. The extra power early game is so nice. With the... Yeah, I haven't unlocked that thing yet. I need computers. Anyway, AI limiters, we got 7. Can I make a smart splitter just to be sure? Yeah. Very low on rotors. Let's just grab a few. Alright, back up we go. He's PayPaling me every week. Hey Darren, wondering if after the Satisfactory rush, you'll get back to making Memoriopolis playthrough. Probably not. It didn't view very well. I really like the game, and if I do play it, I'll do a new playthrough, just a new one, on the City Builder channel that I have. So I'd really like to. The game is in early access, so maybe next time it gets like a big update, then it'll be a good time. But at the moment, on my City Builder channel, I've just started a Frostpunk 2 Let's Play, so please consider checking that out for anyone who's interested in more City Builder-esque type content. Although Frostpunk 2 is kind of more of a strategy game, really, but kind of has City Builder / Colony Builder heritage. That's over there, and it just started today. And then Anna will be the other series going there for a while. Yep. And then Satisfactory is just going to be the only thing running on this channel. So that's the situation right now. How do you like the new Frostpunk mechanics? I'm still getting used to it. I've only played the prologue so far. Obviously I played the beta. I like it. It's different. So I totally get the genre swap, you know, and how it was a bold move, to put it lightly. But I think it's the right choice for... So difficult to say. I like it. I think it's the right choice based on like the resources and the size of team that they have. They can't really make City Skylines type city builder, I don't think. And I don't want a colony builder. That's the first game. I didn't really want the first game again. I'm glad that the scope is increased. The idea of building multiple cities, connecting them via trains and oil, and the story of all that kind of stuff. I love it. I love the world of Frostpunk. I'm like a big fanboy for it. Don't know why. I just think it's really cool. I'm just thinking, what am I supposed to be doing next? Oh, the smart splitter, yeah. And that can be powered. There we go. And overflow straight out. This one, it can only do 60, which is what we need, so that's fine. Good. It kept going, and I was like, what's going on? Why is that doing that? Okay, well, as long as that's consistent, then it's working. Cool. So yeah, so I need to play more and really learn the mechanics of the game. Like when I played the beta, I think the politics system is like super dope. I think it's awesome. Voting on these things and all that stuff. I think that's so cool, and all the different factions. But I only got a taster of it. I don't know if it's like, as an idea, I can see where they're going. I think that's cool. In execution, I don't know. I need to play it a bit longer to really see if they nailed it or if it's a bit of a mess. You know, I really don't know, because I could see it being an impossible thing to kind of balance. I was really fortunate. They invited me out to their... I get invites to go to studios and stuff like that all the time. It's great. But I almost never go, because I don't have the time and I don't really care, to be frank, about a lot of studios. I got invited to see Civ 7 in Virginia or something, and it's like, I'm not going out there. It's nice to be offered, but I have work today, and I can't take like 3 days off work. And you can just send me the game. Just send me the game. You know, I like them. Phyrexis are cool. I love XCOM. And I like Civ as well. So it's not a knock on them, but it's just like, nah. But when I got the opportunity to go to 11-bit, I was like, yeah, really want to do that actually, because I quite like their games. This War of Mine was really cool. I like Frostpunk. I think they are 11-bit are an interesting kind of AA publisher now and AA developer, so kind of want to support them, and I wanted to speak with the developers, and I got really lucky. Sorry to go on a diatribe here, but I got really lucky because we went to the Polish Vodka Museum. They often do this with PR events. They show you the game. We saw 2 games, The Alters and Frostpunk. This is like in April, I think, before the game got its delay. And then they kind of take you around the city a little bit to have dinner in some place, and then go... You kind of like get to interview developers and stuff then. Which is great. But the thing they wanted to do was go to the Polish Vodka Museum, and then they were gonna... And they did it. We went there. But there was like a tour. It's like, oh, okay, we're gonna go on a tour of the museum now. But if you don't want to do it, you don't have to. And I was like, I don't want to do it. I'm good. And it was just me who said they didn't want to do it. So everyone else went off, and I just kind of sat at the bar having my own drink. I'm really introverted, so trust me, it was like much better that way. Got to decompress from having to talk to people for just a few minutes. But where I got lucky, more lucky even, if you want to call it that, was the 2 game directors came into the bar. And it was just me and them for like an hour and a half. Maybe an hour. Let's just say an hour. And I used to work at Creative Assembly, and I've got like mini developer chops. So developers will speak to me a bit more candidly than they otherwise would if they thought I was just a YouTuber or press, right? Basically, developers never speak the truth. Because the truth is ugly about how games are made and what goes on, and like the strife that goes on, and people leaving, and you can get the budget and could do what you want to do, all that kind of stuff. So anyway, just for me on a personal front, I'm so glad I went, because I got to talk to them like kind of behind closed doors, as it were, and traded some, you know, war stories, if you want to call them that, developer stories and things, and it was really really nice. And so now I would say it's somewhat colored my impression, not of the game. I still thought it was cool before I did that, but I definitely have now some sort of a bias, or I just think they're genuine people, and from what I understand, you know, so I kind of want their game to do well, but I also do genuinely think it's really cool. If it wasn't good, I wouldn't say that. But yeah, I need more time. Anyway, this is a long way of saying I need more time with it to really see if what they've tried and attempted works. And it was interesting. I got to talk to him about like the delay and stuff like that. It was super cool because I didn't know it was going to be delayed. Anyway. Invite. Hey, come over you want, or we'll pay your flight and room. These are invites where they pay for you. These are PR. The PR companies reach out to influencers and say, like, I don't really know what to do because I used to work as an influencer marketing, and I worked at Creative Assembly and community management and stuff like that. Same thing, basically, in video editing and marketing and development a little bit. But I don't really understand why developers bring people out to places and stuff. Like, I kind of get it. You're sweetening, buttering them up and trying to create a good impression, but often, like, I know Provis came from the States and flew all the way out there as well, and he missed his flight or something, or it got cancelled, and he was like stuck. It's like, that's not a good impression to me. And it could be, it depends on the person, but I would just rather most of the time you just send me the game. The reason I wanted to go is because I was hoping to get an opportunity to talk to some of the devs that I quite like, and I got really lucky in the fact that I got private one-on-one time. No PR, people keeping track of what we were talking about, none of it recorded, just like normal conversation. It's great. So that never happens normally. It's like, I feel so lucky that we got that. Anyway, the whole other thing, let's just focus on this game. But yeah, I know that some people like would feel iffy about, oh, they fly people out and they spend all this money on them. It's like, I agree with that. I don't think they should do that. And like I said, I actually turn down the offers when it happens almost all the time. That was a rare instance where I was like, yeah, this would be cool. Because I've gone to a few of those events and it's awkward. And it's like, the PR people, they were really nice at 11-bit, but PR people generally, they don't play their game. They don't really care. They're kind of schmoozing everybody off the success of the developers. I don't really like that, you know? Like, PR and marketing are important, but I don't really like the way they almost take credit for the success of a game. It's like, I don't think that's quite right the way they do it. Some developers anyway, or some PR people. Kind of rubs me the wrong way, but whatever. Alright, so that's that. Right, iron rods need to go up here, and then this place will start making its modular frames, and then we're done with that, and then we can move to rotors. So that's the next thing. We just need to feed up the rods up to there. Props is great. Yeah, I'd never met him before. I'm really shy, like super shy. When I was at that event, I wasn't really talking to anyone for probably the first like 6 hours, just standing there. I remember like we all had to go to like, there was a bar and people were drinking. I was just standing like in a corner with a drink. And I was just texting my girlfriend, just being like, this is so fucking, I just hate it. People were probably looking over me and thinking like, well, I'm sure nobody thought this, but I felt like a loner amongst loads of people. Because I'm just like, not someone who talks to people. I'm just not confident that way. But if people come talk to me, I've got, you know, as you can tell, got lots to say. So I'm just, you know, a little introverted and a little shy. Always been that way. But yeah, I think Provis came up to me and or maybe we were sitting together on the bus or something. Anyway, we got talking and then it was great. And I never met this person either. I didn't know who he was, to be honest. I don't know many other YouTubers. And the other person was Orbital Potato. Never heard of him either. Super friendly guy, really nice. Like, you know, if we lived closer together or something, I'd imagine we'd be good friends. Like, it was like, oh, this guy's like, yeah, totally down to earth, nice dude. There we go. That's what we're looking for. Alright, so this can go now. Right. That. This is where we're gonna go up to there. Anyway, I don't know why I told you guys all that, but there you go. I said I'd explain this factory. I'm almost done with the modular frames upstairs. I haven't forgotten that yet. I'm actually... Oh, I don't have to run off for it. Do I? What was I looking for? Encased industrial beams. Do I have any more? Might be out. We can make more. I just need to make a transfer of steel. Oh no, I've got 1,000. Sweet. What do you mean? You're talking to 600 people right now? Ah, it's not the same. Not the same. Doesn't feel like 600 people. Hey, Barbarian. Is it worth buying Frostpunk 1 or wait for 2? I love Frostpunk 1. That is a guaranteed good game. So yeah, I would say it's worth buying. You can also get it on sale. It's been really cheap before, so I would wait for a Steam sale maybe. Or, yeah, buy it elsewhere or whatever. But, I mean, or just play it full price if you want. I think it's on Game Pass. Used to be anyway. Frostpunk 1 is awesome. Really, 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 really good. I reviewed it back when it came out in 2018. And I remember then I thought it was good. And then it got like endless modes and DLC and stuff. Not perfect, but really, really great game, I think. It's a city builder with like a real serious, harrowing tone to it. It's a city survival builder, right? You're trying to like survive against some horrible situation. And you have to make all these like tough choices. You know, the famous ones amongst viewers is or amongst players would be like, do you put the kids to work, right? You've got like a town of 300 people. It's super freezing all the time. You're limited on resources. What do you do with child labor laws? Do you assign kids to go work in the mines? They might die. They might get sick. But the colony may need that to survive. It's all choices like that. The other one is like, okay, do you dilute the food with sawdust to make it like thicken it up a bit, the soup and stuff, you know? Lowering the quality of life for people. Again, there's instances where people get sick from it. Or do you try to just cope and provide good food? Do you limit your rations? Do you go with religion as a focus? Or do you go with like order? It's awesome. I love it. It's so good. And the second one is the gameplay is like completely different, but the themes are the same. So the gameplay of the second one, it's more like a real-time 4X game. So it's based on hex tiles. The first game is quite a unique concept, which I can see why a lot of people are upset that it's changed. Which is it's a radial city builder, or colony builder, whatever you want to call it. You're building in a circle around the generator that heats the town. You have to get upgrades to heat it further and further out, and get steampunk technology to do all that. But yeah, in the new game, it's more like political base, and you build multiple cities, almost like a civilization, but the game runs in real time. And then there's like this weather system, you have to stay on top of like the frost getting colder and all this stuff. The DLC for the first game, The Last Autumn, super dope. It's like a prologue or a prequel. It's like the fall of... It's when the weather turned. I love it. I think they should make like a TV show on it. I think it's really cool. Alright, there we go. That took ages, but the rods are now making their way down all over different buildings as well. Now, they're supposed to be making their way out here. I'm just going to build this so I know that. Let them just get backed up. They're going to fill all our machines, and now we're going to start making modular frames. So now we just have to connect these together. And put them into an awesome sinker, send them into something else. Alright, so just for now, to be... for temporary sake, we'll just merge them up somewhere here. Looks like I'm refunding Frostpunk 2 if it's not like 1. It's... I mean, you should probably just look at like the Steam page or something to see what it looks like. Or if you did pre-order it, you could have played the beta, or you could be playing it right now. Because it's out. If you bought it already, you could play it 3 days early, I think. And it comes out officially tomorrow, so that's about to be over. But yeah, it's not like 1. Its themes are like 1. Its events are like 1. The decisions, the laws, that kind of thing, the groups that you're dealing with. But the raw gameplay, not the same at all. Controversially, I suppose. Oh, I didn't align that correctly. How many ticks up does that? I think it's like 8. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. I don't know if it needs Mark 2, but just again, in case. Need to remove that and do that one again. But yeah, we're making modular frames now, so that's good. One, two, whoop, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Working? I think so. Right. And then an awesome sink. Just to trash it for a while and keep the factory running. And then we're going to explain the factory top to bottom really quickly. We've power for all this. We're getting a little closer to the line now, but yeah, we're still good. How many tickets you got? 18. Sweet. Alright, let's talk it through. 90% off on Frostpunk 1. Wow. Worth a buy. Mine is in my library, but it says it unlocks tomorrow. Oh, maybe you need to get a higher edition or something. I thought it was just if you pre-order, you get it early. Sorry if I'm wrong on that. £8 for the full Game of the Year edition. Yeah, I think the only DLC that's like a must-have is The Last Autumn for the first game. Right, so let's talk through this factory really quickly. We could do a little bit of troubleshooting as well, because some things are getting a bit slowed. So basically, it is an iron factory. Pretty basic. We started here. This is our starting location, and we started around 6 iron nodes. So after building for a while, building up, I decided, okay, let's remove all our starting stuff, and we'll build a dedicated iron factory. We'll set it to 480 belt speed. We didn't even have 480 at the time. And we're going to try and smelt all that ore. Send it upstairs to a constructor layer. We'll refine it into different things. We'll send that up another layer and refine that into more things. So just a higher rate of the basic materials that you normally start the game with. We already had, you know, a couple modular frames per minute, a couple rotors, rods, plates, whatever. But now we have a much higher volume of all that stuff to keep us going for a longer time, hopefully. So we're starting with our chain here, right, where we'd have 480 per minute coming out of every miner. This block is a little different because of the spire that we had, the thing that's going through here, this rock arch thing. So I ended up building like a sort of a waterfall type system where the ore rolls along and then it goes up and then it goes up this way, gets split and goes up there and that goes up. And then on the way out, you know, the output comes down and actually does hit all of the machines on the way out. So what you're left with is a clean 480 ingots per minute going upstairs, right? So we've got 6 of those now just going upstairs at 480. Now, they shouldn't be stop-starting at all, so we can do a little troubleshooting to figure out why that is. But that's effectively what all these groups are doing as well. So it's rows of 8 smelters on the bottom and on the top for a combination of 480 going upstairs. So that's the bottom floor. We'll have a look at what's going on there in just a moment. Let's just head upstairs. I don't have a way to get upstairs yet. Properly, anyway. I do share all my blueprints, yeah, for free. I don't think I've shared the ones I've made in this yet. I'll just do that after this stream. I keep forgetting to do it. I need to copy and paste them. A lot of them are the same ones I have in my series. I don't really think I have any... I think I've only got one unique one in this one so far. Sorry, this is the constructor floor, right? So we have our bus of 6 belts, all 480 ingots per minute. Right, rolling in. So basically each line was dedicated to go into a group of machines. They're color-coded, so the orange machines are iron plates. So we've got a big section of them there. There's 16. So 480 goes into 16 machines. It makes 320 plates. The next one over goes into groups of iron rods. So green is iron rods. The next one's down. We're using the cast screw recipe, so just taking iron ingots directly and turning them into screws. So we make 480 on each line. So 480 there, 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 and there. Our initial 480 just breaks up into 120, 120, 120, 120. And then, yeah, the outputs are 1,920 screws per minute. To make that all even, they all have to be underclocked slightly to 96%. At the moment... to be a little lazy, we're just sending 2 of them out into awesome sinks, just to keep those machines running, and the other 2 we've just hooked up now to go upstairs. Before we go upstairs, though, we also have another group of 16 iron plate machines here. Top layer is offline for some reason. Oh, and again, I must have forgotten to combine these up. We'll have to do that in a minute. We're going to be running short otherwise. And then finally, we have an alternate recipe that takes in iron ingots, 100 per minute per machine, to make steel pipe. So each one is doing, this row here is doing 120 steel pipe, and so is that one. So that's 240 steel pipe in total. Again, just to keep things running, they're going into an awesome sink here. But we'll assign them to go into other machines later. Right, finally, we now have just done 2 rows of assemblers, 2 types of assemblers, reinforced iron plates and modular frames. Next up after this is going to be rotors and then stators. If we have time. We do have time. So these are the purple machines here, kind of, are the reinforced iron plates. So they take in just standard recipe, plates and screws. They're coming in from those belts downstairs. And again, these are built to take in from the 480 belts, you know, to make things evened up. So one of the 480 belts rolls in that way, and one of them rolls in up top. And then we have just the plates that goes down the middle. Of both. That splits once. That's that. Again, to make the numbers all balanced, it's 95.8. Now we're left over with a little bit of plates, and that we send that somewhere else. Next one over is just what we just put down, which is these. These are the modular frames. Looks like we're missing our reinforced iron plate here, because we haven't divided it up yet. Actually, it's supposed to go into there. So that's just my bad on that. Did we do it up here? Or at the next one over? No, we didn't. So we have to do that. That's easy. Grab this. Oh, you bastard. A little bit too low. That always gets me. 1, 2. 1, 2. 7, 8, 9, 10? I think it's 12, actually. Yep. Okay, good to know. 11, 12. Oh, it is in the bottom, actually, not the top one. My bad. 1, 2. So it's 8 then. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, and 8. There you go. Let me just do that down here as well. Alright, so that's been fed as well now. So hopefully that's all of them good. And we'll leave things running for a little bit and then we can check what's going wrong with them. Not the clipping? What's clipping? Oh, through there? Oh, don't worry about that. That's easily fixed. Is that better? Does that make you happy? Little floor hole? Not really there, but it's kind of there. Happy? Yes, obviously, like, the aesthetics need to be done, right? We're going to put more railing and then use floor holes and stuff. It's just to kind of get everything in place working. That's really all. Doesn't really need this, but I just want to do it anyway. There's overflow out here. Hold on? Yeah. Yeah, don't worry about that. That's easy. There is the only clipping that I've let slip through that I'm comfortable with, I guess, is the mergers and splitters overlapping the belts slightly down here. Like, the belts are all aligned, which is fine, but the splitter does clip. Now, I mean, there is a way around that, right? We could put down one of these if you wanted to be crazy. Pop that in there, go up and over, and then just back down right over here, you know? You could do it. Maybe I will. And that way we still get to keep our belts all nice and close together. These are looking a little bit better. This line is stuttering a bit, so let's find out what's going on there. So this is the third one over. I'll give myself a jump pad just to get up there real quick. Can we do that? Got jetpacks, so we'll just figure it out once we're in the air. You can put a jump pad on the roof, aiming down. Oh, wow. You make a kind of Donkey Kong situation, you know, where this is a weird reference. I'm sure there's other games that do this, but Donkey Kong, the Super Nintendo back in the day, you're on like a little minecart, and you go into a barrel and it shoots you out, and you hit another thing, and that barrel shoots you another one, shoots you around. It's kind of like that. What is that splitter for? That's actually a good point. It's not there for anything. It'd be that one that would actually be the one that's in the way. That was there to go into an awesome sink before. Yeah. But it's gone now. But thanks for the shout out on that one. Alright, so it's the third one over, right? We'll see it anyway. So this one. Stuttering. That's because we didn't... it's going all the way down here. Yeah, we'll fix that. That's just temporary. It's going in this way. Oh, because these machines have stalled. Oh, yeah. That's okay then. As long as there's an answer for it. That's a splitter. Yeah. Alright, let's clean this up then a bit. This belt's going along that way. Ultimately, this needs to get into there. And it needs to be merged before it does. So... do this. And then I guess the merger could go here. Yep. This can then go in here. That can just connect across, and this can go 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Alright. Bit of a mess, but it works, and we keep clear of the other belts. So, let's see. Mark 3. Let's just make that a Mark 3. So that's a Mark 3 goes in there. That needs to be... let's just make it a Mark 4. Can't remember what comes out. I think it's like 320. Oh yeah, I just remembered actually the problem though. We'll get to it in a second. It'll be a Mark 3. Right, so what's going on here and why it looks so catastrophic? Also, what's happening there? That doesn't need to be up there anymore, right? Yeah, that's done now. These rods need to go upstairs. They need to just go in there. They need to be merged up one more time though, so... Yeah, I never said it was going to be like the most clean build. Okay, cool. So this row of rods goes into there, and that goes into the 480. The 480 goes upstairs. Yeah, that's fine. Okay, cool. Anyways, so to see what's going on here, we have our belt of 320 rolling along here, right? So 320 is going up there, and it's merging with another set of 320, right? So it's like all of this and all of this are going down and into this thing and over. The 320 is going out that way. Bit of a problem, because obviously you can't merge 320. We only need 480 going up there, so that's fine. And the rest just needs to temporarily, for now, just go somewhere. Just go into the bin. I think that's the case anyway. So to do that, I would need like here to break off and just go into the awesome sink or something with like an overflow, maybe probably be the thing to do, and then it should run, and that would give the other belt the priority. Probably a better way of doing this, but I think this works. Right, so smart splitter, bonk. I will tell you to do overflow at the left. That's 320 now as well, so it should just take all the excess that's not going onto the 480 out. Oh. Alright. Let's just see what happens. That should flush these out and make things better. Did we make that overflow? I just want to make sure. Yeah. Such a mess. That is such a messy thing to look at. But it does, I think it works. As long as this belt gets the priority, it should be fine. And it should. Not right now. Don't know why. Anyway, sorry. Darn, want to say this a long time to you. That CC Factory and Update 8, the grind, the pain, the sweat, the tears, all worth it. Love to hear that, Tom. What a beauty. Even if some people did not like it. Yeah, I know. It was a mess, though. Well, it wasn't a mess. It was just so big for no reason. Speaking of ways to increase your elevation, I just found a cool way to make a handrails for the new foundation stairs. For the 4 meter, I used 2 1 meter walls. And then a 4 meter ramp wall. I like stacking the dimensional depot on top of storage containers and then overflow into it. Yeah, that's cool. That's a good idea. Belt origami. I don't know what you mean. This build is sick. Mine is such a nightmare. This is annoying. This should have the priority, but it's not getting it. They're both being fed in by this. Oh, maybe that could be it. Need to make that not stop. I'm just trying to think of how we can do that nicely. Here's the dilemma. I'll explain this a little bit better and it'll make more sense. Just draw it out here. Just simplify it so you don't have to look at that chaos just for a second. Tell me if you can come up with a better... what we can do here. We've got 2 belts doing iron ingots. They're both doing 320. We need 460 plates. Okay? We need there's 320 on this and 320 on this. We need 460 on this. And we don't want to back up anything either. So my proposal to do that was to get a splitter on our 320. And we break off 160. We break off 160, right? Now we got 160 and 160. Just move this 480 a bit further out, okay? Alright, so 320 on the belt, 320. Hits this, 160, 160. 320 on this belt, which we need. So 320 plus 160 is 480, right? So we add them together. Great. Now we actually have a belt of 480. Would have to be a Mark III. Hang on, let me just add that up. So I'll read the chat in just 1 second. Just wanted to illustrate like what I'm actually trying to do. So 320, 160. So 320 plus 160 is 480. That would max out our belt. Now, what would happen is the machines that we need up ahead. This is an example. They're consuming 460, so 20 less than we're providing. So what happens, right? We eventually, I would have hoped, would back this up. Now, what I was saying was that will back this up and this, but that's not happening. What's happening is they're both evenly getting backed up. Because this is the merger that's getting backed up. So I was hoping the 20 would just pile out this way, but that's not going to be the case. That way, instead of this being 160, it'd be 180, right? Like, you know, the excess 20 backs up, goes out that way. That can work in certain situations, but because we're feeding into a merger from two different belts, you know, they're both evenly like, it's like a splitter in reverse. They have equal priority to get one alternating. Right? One goes in, one goes in, one goes in, one goes in. And I thought with a Mark IV belt, there'd be gaps on this belt, and this one would take the priority, but that's not happening. So, let's see. Let's see what you guys have to say about that. Hey man, watching your Update 7 series so I can try to follow along when we were less experienced in advance. Will you ever do more beginner-focused videos for a simple-minded folk like myself? No, probably not. Update 8 series is the beginner series, I think. And the future series I do, I'll still be explaining what I'm doing, but I just won't be going as slow. Assuming that people have either watched that or they're up to speed generally at my level, which I think is just still intermediate. I'm not that advanced. Smart splitter with lower mark belts to limit the number flow. I don't really... I could just be missing things, obviously, but I don't know how smart splitter would do anything here. You need to pull 10 out of each belt. Well, I'll just iterate it again, or just discuss it again. In fact, we could even use signs. Do I have signs? Got a little bit of signs. It's so small. 320. ChatGPT basically says this is confusing. So this would be 320 plus 160 equals 480. Needs 460 though. Well, I'll say consumes 460. Okay. That's what's happening on that belt. I know it's kind of dark in here. And then, I'm sure most of you know this now, but just this'll, if anyone just joins, they'll be able to see this now and kind of hopefully understand what's going on. Alright, just look at it again one more time. So ultimately, what I'm trying to do is get a belt of 460. Now, obviously, we can break things down into really, really small components and add them all back up. But we're working with a little bit of constrained space. So let's try to find the best way to do it, yeah? I don't want to hear anything like, oh, break it down to like individual 10 pieces and then add them all back up or something, right? We don't have the space for that. So what we've got is a belt of 320, traveling on a belt of 480. So 320. This one's also 320. That's so hard to see, but yep. 320. This one's, my initial idea was splitting it 160, 160, and then it goes this way. And then as you can see, 320 gets added to one of the 160s. That makes 480, but this eventually will back this machine up. 20 excess, unfortunately, is backing this up, which means this belt stops and this belt stops intermittently. We need it so that this belt never stops, like it has some sort of priority. Or another way of doing this. So. I would rather have 2 lines, but do you need just one? I'd like to have just one, because it's built that way now. This is the setup we're looking at. This needs to be 460. It can be 480, just as long as the 20 that gets backed up, somehow we get it and get it out of here without backing up the original belt. As you can see, it's getting backed up. The annoying thing is this one isn't getting backed up. It's like this one has the priority. Why? Why does that have the priority? Why can't we just flip it so that this one has the priority? I made it a Mark IV before, and it still seems to just be the one that doesn't slow down. Although arguably maybe it is, just slightly. And now they're both the same, so they're both slowing down a bit. Annoying. That's a smart splitter with an overflow going out that way. Alright, so let me read what Mark T03 says. So he says, put a smart splitter after the merger and put overflow into the left-hand belt. Yeah, so I understand what you're saying. You're saying put a smart splitter, like, you know, here, with the equivalent of there, and that overflow will go here. It won't do anything, though, because the problem is this merger is backing up these belts, so it's still going to do the same thing. Because that's actually what we've done. That's actually what we've done. I'll have a look at that in just 1 second. Oh, I'm out of jetpack fuel. So, here's our merger, and that's just like a belt going straight into it. There's a smart splitter on that, and it's heading out that way. But the problem is at the merger, this and this is getting backed up. Like they're, you know, stepping backwards when they shouldn't be. Or when I'd rather them not to. Andy Myers, 640 minus... Let's have a look at this then. I should get the answer. Super chatted it. 640 minus the 460 you need is great 180. For the feed, break off 360 belts. Now, we don't have a belt of 640 though. We're starting with 320 and 320. That's the problem, isn't it? Unless I'm mistaking something. No, after the merger. Oh. After this merger. Yep. That does it. You got it. That does it. So this is going to get backed up eventually, but if we said the smart splitter was there and that went into this belt, that would do it. You got it. Great job. Thank you, Andy Myers, by the way. Andy Myers said 320 and 320 is 640. Yeah, sorry. I thought you were saying to put it all on one belt. For the feed, break off either 360. Oh, break off. Oh, I see. There's a space between the 3 and the 60. Sorry, I thought you were saying break off 360 somehow. Break off 360 belts. Or a 120. That would work too, but I have to say their solution is elegant. A little bit more elegant because it's just one thing, isn't it? But that would work too, yeah. You're right. Alright, I have to go get some... Oh, I don't have to go get you if I feel. Haha. We're in the future. How could I forget such a thing? Alright, cool. We have the solution. So I'm just going to simplify all this then. Let's just get rid of this, declutter it for a moment. After the merger. Alright, so we'll expect this belt to get backed up. Fine, so somewhere here, maybe even further back, we could do the merger, or even here. That'd be too weird? That's a bit too far back. Yeah, something like that. Could be our smart splitter. That could just plug straight into it. Alright, we need to move this forward. So, smart splitter. Sorry that we're so zoomed in, it's dark and everything, it's just the way it is. Alright, so, out the center. Any overflow out the left. Leave that for a moment. This is our actual merger thing, though. We'll try to put it in the center. I think we can still connect it in, no problem. This would have to be a 480 belt. Alright, just to get some perspective on that, what we've got is our 480 there. We now have a smart splitter in front of the merger. This merger is going to be taking the initial 320. Going straight in. And then we need to get these two to be 320. And go straight in here. So that'll be easy enough. We can go right there. I think I'm forgetting something. That doesn't need 320, it needs 160, doesn't it? Yep. Oh, it is a Mark III. This is supposed to be a 160 belt, ideally. We can make it a 160 right in the middle. That's what I've done before. Yeah. Okay. Okay. Mark III. For a sec. Okay, cool. So, this is pretty much done now. I might just rotate that so it aims out this way. Reconnect those. Now. We could even do it from here, I guess, if you don't want to overlap the other stuff. So you just go in there. Alright, that's it. Let me just check what a whole single row makes. It's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Can't remember. So it's 8. 8 times 20. 8 times 20. 160. Great. Just making sure Mark III can handle that. Right, so just to go over that. I know I got a bit in the weeds there. 160. Right? Rolls out. Goes down into a merger. We'll stop there. That's the first 160. The next 160 rolls out. Goes down into a merger. Right? That then becomes 320. 320 goes up on a Mark IV into a splitter. Where we split off 160. I guess I could have just taken... I don't know why we did all that, because I could have obviously just taken 160 from here and sent it out. and just use the bottom floor. But whatever. What's done is done. Yeah, we haven't finished yet. That's why. Right, anyway, so 160 goes off there. 160 goes down here. 160 goes down and merges with the 320, giving us 480. The 480 will eventually get backed up. This overflow splitter will then send it back out onto a new merger here. Now we have a belt of 180. Just like that. It's as easy as that. Yeah? All good? I think we did it. Thank you for the help on that. Still up by 20? We're good now though, right? Is it just dark again? Didn't it just get brighter and then it just got dark immediately, it felt like? How much time has passed? Need 3 hours. We have 1 to go before we wrap up tonight. Now, why is that happening? I don't know. This is a regular splitter. It's a regular oh, well, actually, that's probably happening because these machines are a bit backed up right now. Yeah. Okay, that's okay then. Let me just help these along. We'll empty some of these out. They're not showing their true numbers because they've been backed up for so long, like they've you know, backed up. Now the belts aren't true 320 anymore or whatever, so it's gonna take a while to empty them out. Just need to do that on the top and bottom. We're gonna troubleshoot this place, get it running nice and clean. The whole point. Do that stuff. Alright, so that should start to smoothen these things out just a bit. Just clear them out a little bit again. Okay, good. Should smoothen that out. Come on. Because what should be coming out of the top and bottom layer can only be 320, so they're maxing out a 480 belt, you know. It's just... And then the only possible thing that can be fed in here is 160, an additional 160. So we'll check upstairs to make sure also this isn't getting backed up. You can see that that's fine. Have you hooked up any dimensional depots to storage yet? Yep, got a little bit going. Reinforced iron plate, fuel. What else do we have? Quartz crystal, animated SAM, silica. Waiting on them to empty out properly. That's good. These ones are getting better. How much do you make in one batch? Just 2. I've never done this before, but I feel it in my bones that it's like they've just become too backed up, and to test it properly, you'd either wait a long time or do that. Unless I'm missing something. Did you connect the sink? Yeah, we'll have to connect. Oh, actually, did I? I think so. The other thing is these are probably backed up as well, right? So is that actually... I'm saying it as if it should be only 160, but these are all backed up too. So that would mean that more is going through and blocking the belt anyway. It's like a chicken and egg thing. They need to both not be backed up to then run everything the way it should be. A lot of plates now. Could just power them down and let the belts just flow, and maybe that would be a call actually right now. Instead of having to do this. See. Yeah, I might just do that. Let's just disconnect them even for a sec. Reconnect you in a moment. So it'll back up the smelters now, technically, but it's alright. Alright, so let them empty out. Just a bit. Let the belts do their thing, keep flowing, and once they empty, we'll turn them both back on, and I think it'll be okay then. Already looking better. And they still keep their ingots, so that's good. No problem there. Eight times 20 is 160. How's that too many on the line? We have a Mark III belt. The lift from the smart splitter to the newest merger. These are, I'm pretty sure they are connected. This one? Pretty sure it's connected. We can pop down again. Yep. Alright, I'm gonna turn these back on now. I did. Why so late stream? I was making videos all day, and then I had errands to run. Multiple errands. These are just connected straight across, aren't they? Alright. Now we're actually making 160 from here onwards and 160 out that way. And then only when the upstairs gets backed up will this actually do the 180 thing. That'll take a while. You have to wait for the entire whole set of machines upstairs to get backed up. That can only be 320, right? 1, 2, 3, 4, it's 8 times 20, that's 160, and then that's been merged with the group right above it. Dude, 320, yep. It has to be 320 now. Why is it blacking up though? I just don't get it. It's 320 plus 160. 480. Can't be more than 160 coming out here. 480 is going in. Into a splitter. Oh my god. That's 240. No, wait, no. 320 is coming in. Yeah, sorry. 320 is coming in. Oh my god, what a name as well, by the way. Shout out to that. MILF and Cookies. We were talking about my dad being in the stream earlier. Maybe that's him. Hey, appreciate that a lot. That's a huge donation. Absolutely huge. People who gift 100, actually, I don't advertise this because I'm not trying to encourage it. And it's the same when it comes to the members. I have to look up the people who've dropped so many members. Buggy Sticks, I think it was. You get a special role in my Discord. You get it for life. Call them esteemed senators. So back in the day, my channel was all like Roman themed. So we have tribunes, senators, and caesters. And anybody that ever gifted or donated 100 in one go, it's because some people did, and it just felt like, oh, they should be kind of recognized for that. So I used to put them on my website. Actually, they're all still there. I think. What Darren Plays used to be called therepublicofplay.com, but whatdarrenplays.com/orders. These are all the people that are given 100 or more in one go. So we have Jamichael Burns in there from YouTube. So I have to update this with some of the new people. MILF and Cookies is getting in there. And also on Discord, you just get given a special role and you get to keep it forever, you know. MILF and Cookies is a great name. By the way, appreciate it a lot. Thank you. Pretty sure we're friends on Discord, says Jamichael Burns. And MILF and Cookies says, been watching you for the past few months, my man. You're making great content. Keep it up. Thank you. Appreciate that a lot. Thank you. That's an extreme amount, so honestly, thank you so much. Just here for the ARM content. The ARM content? What does that mean? By the way, how are we doing? This is still getting backed up, but I don't understand why. But it's not really, but it kind of is. Might just be the rate at which they're coming out. As long as it doesn't actually get backed up properly, then it's okay. Could be 160. The math checks out on that one. And that should be 162. You know, that's it. That is what's happening here. We just can't see it. I keep thinking it's going to keep backing up, but then it flushes out. Okay, alright, we'll leave it. Okay, so let's go upstairs. That's modular frames done. And they should be getting a bit more up to speed. Let's keep troubleshooting the factory. It's kind of fun. I'd like to keep getting everything, making sure everything is running okay. So we'll just quickly zoom by and we can have a look at any things that are yellow, like this one. That's probably, again, these are situations where we couldn't get the stuff to be out. Again, this could all just be solved, I suppose, by power switches and turning these machines off. Then you just let the belts empty out and then everything continues again as normal. Yeah, so I'm just going to do that for a sec. That can go, and that can go. In fact, I suppose to not be so particular about it, we could just maybe cut the power to the whole place and let everything just like kind of roll out for a bit. Alright, let all the belts go where they need to. But we do need to power upstairs, though. Alright, so this floor is powered. I think downstairs is still... Yeah, cool. This will just reset our manifold, basically, right? I guess that's the problem with building it while it's turned on, rather than just turning it on at the end. It's like, things get a bit messed up a bit. Looks good, though. Love seeing the belts run smooth. Alright, anyway. I have a Discord friend, and Milf and Cookies is her name. She has a great name. Why is the overflow so inconsistent? I don't know. I haven't experienced that before. I haven't really built so tightly packed together like that, so it could also be something to do with how I built it. I'm gonna let this kind of, all this shit empty out now, because we were starting things by cutting off. Like, everything was running really smooth. And then I started deleting, like, the awesome sinks. So then the belts were getting backed up, and then I was, like, hooking things back up. So it's natural for it to kind of get backed up, and some of the machines not to be running. And it will eventually work itself out. But to speed it up, we could cut the power, let the belts sort of empty out, and restart the manifold and let it all get up to speed. That should be okay. It's funny, like you can see it's still like sputtering because it's like even some of these are just so backed up so far back. Just does one at a time, does it? Wow. Not doing anything else though, I guess just leave it in the background. Alright, until this line kind of empties out, I don't want to turn it back on. That's 84, 85, 69. Let's follow that one. Where is it supposed to be going? Why is this so backed up? Second from the... Okay. Just into the rods. Alright. Rods are full. Rods can't even get out. Oh, there's your problem. Yeah, let them empty. Cool. Anyways, what else could we do while we're waiting? I guess design a blueprint for the rotors so we can figure out where the rotors are going to go and we'll start putting them down. So now we have upstairs. What we've done today is just added all these reinforced iron plate machines. We've added all the modular frame machines. So to make rotors, we need more screws and iron rods. The iron rods come up here. So we're going to branch this off and probably bring it out into some the inputs of the rotors here, so I could just paint that really quickly to know where that's happening. Alright, so it's somewhere there. Comes down from here, goes out. Cool. So that'll be the inputs. The screws need to come up as well. So screws at the moment are coming up this way. We have two other belts that are further in. Yeah, much further in, actually. The awesome sync is temporary. So what we're looking to do is pull that one out and pull the one right below it out. So somewhere up here. We could leave this space reserved. And they could just go in the back there. Yep, that'll be alright. Just come up somewhere there, I guess. I guess it's actually... would have to be one over. Actually, no. Well, yeah, it does, yeah. Alright, so that means our rotor machines can, like, just start somewhere here, then. Now, I actually have a blueprint for rotors already, I think. S rotor? That's steel rotor. Stators. Rotors. I'll be making a variant of this. Oh, wow. There's actually 6 on this one. And how many do we need? I think it was 20 or something. Sorry, just let me figure this out. It's... yeah, it's 10. We need 10 of them. Okay, cool. So a 6 and a 4, or a blueprint that just does 2, and we just keep snapping them together to make 10. That would probably be easiest. I just joined your Discord too. Nice. Yeah, I'll make a note of trying to update those roles. They have to be manually assigned, those ones. You don't need to do any account linking or anything like that. I'm just writing it down. I'll remember to do it tomorrow. Thanks. Excuse me. The miners will back up now. No biggie. Oh, that's okay. Miners backing up is easy though. You just delete one inventory as opposed to having to go through all the smelters or other machines. So miners getting backed up is not a big deal. There's only 6 of them. Actually off anyway, so they're not going to get backed up. Looks like we've emptied it out. So I'd say it's time to turn it back on. There we go. We are back online. Alright, so it'll take a little while just to get this back up to 480 per minute. And hopefully we'll see if we've made any other mistakes or not. But it's a good way of just testing it, I guess. Right, so I'm going to go to... we'll wait for these to kind of get filled the machines. But I'm going to make that blueprint now. Back to assembly. Is there anywhere I've just done 2? No, it's always 4. 2 would be good. So I'll just get the rotor one, this one I guess, and then just cut off 4 machines, and then we'll just stack them. Yeah, or I could just do 4, 4, 4, and then delete 2. Might be easier. Let's just go with then one of the ones we already had, which is this one. Reinforced iron plates. We'll switch the recipe and we'll rename it to 4 rotors because we don't have a rotor that does 4. Select recipe Rotor, please. Do we have the copper rotor or the regular one? That one, please. Readjust this. This can stay the same, I think. Hey, overcharged egg. Good to see you, man. Michael retracted his message respectfully. We'll never know what it said. Sorry to beat a dead horse, but my thought was to split off 120 with a Mark II belt. So 200 just goes on from one of the 320s and split 60 with a Mark I belt from the other 320. The 260 goes on, thus giving us our 460 that we need. It's pretty good. That would be good. Yeah, that's clever as well. I explained really well there. If we have a problem with this setup, we'll try to do that maybe. This one's done now. But yeah, that's a good one. You can type formulas into machines to get precise numbers, even if it's 0.3, etc. Yeah, I feel like they've changed that slightly in the game. You can do that on this, in this bit. But this one has a cap of 5 characters or something like that. You can't paste in the big formulas. You can on this one. But sometimes I'll work out like what the amount of these are, and I'll paste it in there, and then try to copy the setting. But you have to do it the other way around. You have to get the percentage first. But anyway. Did we do that for everyone then? That's rotors, rotors. Okay, rotors are painted red, so we'll just do that real quickly. So, guardsman red, donk. 1, 2. We know that's being fed from the right. Being fed from the right. These are being fed from the left, so we'll have to switch these around. Hey, you back? Good. Cool. Alright. And is the... Wait a second. Yeah, no, they're being fed from the right. I was just making sure. Alright, cool. Upgrade the belts in a moment if we need to. Alright, we'll just do that again downstairs. So, fed from the right. Alright, almost done. Take those signs as well. Now, where they send it, probably should go at the left. This is going to feed over to motor machines, and we have more room on the left than the right. Alright. There's and fix these ones too. Cool. Right, so just to double check, rotors, all 100%. We'll update their signs. Yep. And yep. Cool. Alright, that's just while we have the color swatch ready, do the... Well, actually, so it's rotors, so pretty low volume, 60s. Fine, I want to say. Yeah, because we're going to be making 40 per minute. So that's fine. What's coming in, though, is a bit different. It's 100 per minute into each one, so it actually needs separate lines, probably. That's alright, we can adjust that on the fly. The screws will be up on top, and if they need to go one over the other, that's okay. That'll be screws. 100 per minute, so they need Mark II belts. As opposed to the rods, which is 20 per minute, that's fine. Now if we're doing 10 of these... 5 machines, 5 times 20. Mark II. Okay, almost there. Switching orientation of splitters. Oh, I know. It'd be nice if just even in the blueprint designer you could just move, you just rotate. Because you can't power and function anything in a blueprint designer, so you can't possibly break anything or break any logic, so we just have it in the blueprint designer, please. Thank you. Might be the last machine I put in, actually, based on the time that we have. We've only got 30 minutes left. So maybe then we'll just do cosmetics or just run it and see how everything goes. So we'll be really close to rotors, or motors. This is taking so long. Trying to rethink the idea of doing these factories at all, like this. Should have just kept progressing as we talked about before. Anyways, yeah, so the next one is going to have to be then getting the copper ore again, refining copper, doing a whole copper build, getting wire then to go into the stators, because we have the pipes. Copper part is going to take a little while to get together. And then we just combine them to make motors. We also need to make smart plating. What's smart plating? Or how do you make that? Some of our rotors and plates. Yeah, cool. That's fine. We got plenty of that. That's easy enough. Output's fine. So, yep, just color these belts. That's already done. Switch this then. And then the inputs are different, so top belt. Is that going the wrong way? No, yeah, that's right. Blue. That's our screws. Flip that around real quick. I often wonder how much time have I lost in my life just doing that, you know, flipping those, because I do it so much. And for what? I don't know. Alright, and then it was rods, which are the green color that we've used. If they just added in a custom swatch thing where you can make your own custom swatches, like multiple, wouldn't need to ever do that. Oh god. Right. Okay, that's that. I think it's done. So, 4. Rotor. Will you be streaming again tomorrow? And if so, do you know what time you'll be streaming? I think yes and no. I don't know. I'm sorry. For until next week, I probably won't know proper times. I'm still just trying to get ahead of other recordings. So basically, my schedule tomorrow is like, okay, wake up. Don't know when I'm going to wake up. 10, maybe. Wake up, get some food, drink energy drink, do some Manor stuff for probably like an hour. I got to catch up on. Then and I'll do that while I'm drinking and stuff, and then I'll have hopefully good energy and decide to sit down and record like a Frostpunk. If I've any time, do an Anno, but probably not. I usually only get like one recording done. Frostpunk, and then if things are going really well, maybe I could get a second Frostpunk. It's easier to do 2 of the same game in a row than switch games, at least for me. So having those 2 ready to go and banked, then I'm starting to get ahead. You know, all I need to do is make 2 recordings in one day, and then I'm ahead one day. That's all I gotta do. Sounds easy. And then I can edit them later. You know, it doesn't matter. I don't have to edit them straight away. Anyway, once that's out of the way and done, then I can just go stream. But I don't know when that's gonna be. You know, I'm pretty slow to record. I don't know. I don't need to peek behind the curtain or whatever, but I'm just like not that confident. Sometimes it takes me a while to get in the right space to like get the recording good, because often I could just sit back and just chill and do something like this, but I feel like for recordings I need to be a little bit more energetic, know what I'm talking about, make less mistakes, be focused, you know, have some sort of challenge in front of me and overcome it. Like, I want one video to be contained. I don't like to just go, let's just turn on the camera, play for 40 minutes, turn it off, and that's it. Or I don't turn on the camera anyway, but you know what I mean. It's generally I need to be like thought out, know what I'm going to do, and like make an entertaining video. That's the idea. It's a lot easier to just sit down, record, and just, that's it. Alright, sit down, record 5 hours, chop them up into 40-minute videos, away we go. But that would suck, in my opinion, anyway, for me. Maybe there's no difference, but I have like a mini quality bar in my head that I like to try and hit, and often I do recordings that are like, this sucks, I'm just going to do it again, you know? That's just the way it is. Whether that's right or wrong with me, I don't know. I could be wrong and just totally in my own head, you know? But that does happen. So, probably like 1 to 2 Frostpunk recordings. Hopefully it goes well, and then if everything's going well, that's all done and rendered and stuff by like 4. Then I could be streaming by 5, hopefully. But today, for instance, I had random errands. I'm not blaming anyone for anything, but I was driving for like an hour today. Didn't expect to be. That just took my time and attention away. And then also had to do another thing that just took another 20 minutes later that I don't want to talk about. You know, it's just things that chip away at your time, I guess. Anyways, but if it's not that, it's always something even in my own head that takes my own time away. So yeah. The game's done now, right? So no more save destroying updates. Yeah, you would expect so, unless some big DLC they decide to do something, but 1.0, other than just hotfixes and stuff, I imagine the map is not going to change now, and a lot of these things are set in stone. Maybe they'd rebalance quantum stuff a little bit if they really felt like it, but that could destroy people's stuff. So you know that they obviously did the betas and everything to make sure that people were happy. The closed alphas, I should say, with like the 1.0, so that would have alerted them to anything that was really crazy. I'm surprised like the summer sloops are as powerful as they are, actually, based on that feedback, but it is what it is. There's a lot of assemblers, and they're all red. Rotor, 6. We're looking for the one that says 4. There we go. We need... It says 4. We need 10 of these. No. We need 3. And then I delete 2 machines. I need 10 machines, not 10 of the blueprints. Yep. Anyway, I missed Fantasia. Damn darn, what's with the late streams? I know, right? I'd like to start streaming earlier, and I probably will. But until I get ahead of my videos, this is just the way it is. Use the oil in blue credit, you get 25550 oil. This can eventually be processed into ionized fuel for 3200 fuel. Yeah, you're way ahead of me. 780,000 megawatts of power, a wild update. Why do you switch colors between belts and splitters? It just looks better that way, I think. So it's like the trim of the belt is red, and the splitters they go into is red. But if it was red with a little white trim, I just feel like it wouldn't look that good. I don't know. It's just it's terrible because it adds so much time to everything, but it's a, you know, stylistic choice, I guess. What's wrong with you? You're low on iron. Yeah, it'll just take a while for the manifold to take effect. What are you at? 77%? Building up though, over time. What about you guys? You guys are all backed up for some reason. Oh, I know why, actually. Oh, yeah. There's no awesome sync for that other iron. Although it's about to go into the things we're about to build right now, so we don't need to build one. Put these rotors down. So stacked assemblers. We have everything we need. Let's go. So we just need 3. So this is where our rotors are coming. That's where our screws are going to be coming down. We'll make sure we give them lots of clearance. On the line. Now we just need to be in line. Cool. Yeah. Bounding box lies to us. We don't like the bounding box. Around these parts. Can this all fit on one belt? The screws won't be able to, but that's okay. Alright, the second and then the third. Oh. The misleading thing is that doesn't need to be there. Nor does that. Get rid of the rest of the... Yeah, I guess we'll just do that now. Alright, so that's gone. And then this one. Then we just have to connect the machines together, power them all on. Bada bing, bada boom. Whatever. We'll get to it later. Right, cool. So just copy that belt. And I have to color all these belts again because we do connect them up to each other. That's the thing that actually takes the longest. Because we're insane. These are going to need to be raised over each other, but just for now, I'll just connect them that way. Although... 1, 2, 3, 4, 500, yeah. Oh. Made a little error. The reinforced iron plates that are here, they're receiving more screws than they need. Only by a little bit. We're providing 960. They only need 920. So 20 on this line and 20 on this line could be broken off, and they need to be sent into here. Okay, good to know. Alright, let's do the rods first. That's easiest. Yeah, whatever. Hey Darn, love watching the factory slowly come together. Do you have an end goal for the series and live streams? No, just keep going as long as viewers are good. I'll just keep going and beat the game. But I don't have a number in my head, but if it drops like low, pretty low, then maybe just, you know, it would slow down and stop probably. But I'll just keep going for now. I have no intention of stopping right now anyway. I gotta go, says Milf and Cookies. Had to pop in since you were live. I'm 2 streams behind. Alright, see you later, man. And thanks again. $100 donation. Fat donation, so thank you very much, man. $200 per minute. Yep. The belt is too steep. Alright. These shiny rods can make their way in. They're gonna need a Mark II. And this is gonna go upstairs, do the same thing. It goes up to 8, I think, or 6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Oh no, it was 8. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. It's 6 for the constructors, but 8 for these guys. I always forget. Don't worry, I made a Mark II belt now. Alright, that's good. Get this, roll on. We need to hook these up to power, didn't do that either. Okay, I think it did it for the bottom floor. Nope. Now we'll put stilts on all these in future. So the last part of this factory when we finish it will just be like making it look a bit better. It doesn't take too long. It's just, you know, some rails that connect the different factory parts together, some staircases to bring something down, texturing the floor a little bit. I say it doesn't take too long. We could spend ages on it, but we could do it quickly as well. You don't want to be too creative. What time is it UK right now? It's 11:44. Jot the last splitter on last assembler out. That way you don't have to go over the other belts. Well, yeah, what I was planning on doing was just going over it though. You say jot it out. Jot it out. Out like that. I'd rather just go over it though. Is there a problem doing that? I don't think there's a problem doing that. Anyway, so yeah, bottom's gonna take 480. So 1, 2, 3, 4. We're left with an 80. We have to add 20. We get the 20 from over here. We'll have to just bring something along and feed it into the other side or something. What's your power setup for all these machines? Not great. I'm getting close to the top now. This is what I would consider a middle to early, very early factory still. It's 6 iron nodes, 480 per minute each, 2,800 iron ingots. Is that big? I don't think it's that big. I mean, it's a decent amount, but it's not like huge. So the power we have is I've got 5 fuel generators, and the rest are coal generators that we made earlier. That's it. The 5 fuel generators are overclocked, 250% each. Right, let's grab our, so that's the iron rods hooked up, so we need to get the screws. Screws are going to come from somewhere down here. This is sort of in the way, so I'm just going to have to move that out of the way briefly. I'll just unfortunately tuck it somewhere where it's going to be a little messy. This will allow us to keep things running, and just tuck that in there. Alright, so our screws are coming out here. We've got to bring them up, and then the ones down here are coming up too. Basically, right here. That, and 4 hole there, and 4 hole there. Alright, that's our 480 belts ready to go. One needs to go up high and one needs to stay down low. One, two, three, 4. Is the right height. I was just making sure. They'll need a little stackable pole maybe somewhere to help them along. Got it. Alright, so that one goes in there, no problem. Next one. Has to go a lot higher, but we could probably just bring it to this height and then bring it up so it's not too crazy in the factory. So here, 1, 2, 3, 4. I think that's right. Okay. Now 480 is our best belt speed, but we're trying to consume 500. Can't do that. We have to just tack on the other bits at the end or somewhere in the middle. Oh yeah, that's the other thing. That person said jut it out, but actually what we could do is by the time the belt gets like here, it's already consumed, you know, 200. So we could just somewhere in the middle here just add on like a merger that takes in the 20 that's going to be coming off of this. So we need overflow smart splitters to take the 20 off, bump it in there. Or you could try to break 60 off and then divide that into 3 and then send the 40 back in, but that's just messy. I'd rather just use an overflow, even though it's less reliable, I guess, early on. That's what I'm going to do. I want everyone to know that I thought about it, okay? I mean, really, we could do it here, actually. Where's the knife? This is a kind of a wide belt, so let's just do it there, I guess. Why am I doing that? It's just to allow this to anchor and split, you know, get onto it really easily. If you don't have that, you end up with this. It's like, I'm holding control, it's not doing anything. Whereas popping these down with the inputs facing out, then this thinks it's trying to align with something, so then you're able to like snap them on. Now we can get rid of that. So that's where we need to send in 20 and 20. So these are just sending in slightly too much. We need to break off 20 from each. So again, just a little smart splitter right here could do the trick. Align that. And we can send that in fresh. Make this smart. Overflow out the left. Any straight ahead. That's already connected, so that's totally flowing fine. Do the same up here, but we can maybe do it a bit further in. When you plan your factories, when you plan your factories, do you start with the amount you get in or get out? I start with the amount from the source. So usually the iron miner or like the miner, you know. Usually, not always, but sometimes lately I've been doing that. I didn't used to do that, but lately I've been going, hey, I've got I'll tell you what I do, really simply. I'll have an iron node or a node of some kind, it doesn't matter, quartz, whatever. And I go, what's my current belt speed? Oh, I've got 270, right? Mark 3 belts. Well, I'm going to build a factory with the belt speed above that in mind now. So I'll build a 480 belt speed factory, and I'll upgrade to it once I get that belt speed. I don't have to have it straight away, but I'll put down all the machines as if I was balancing for 480, which is what we did here. And then halfway through building it, just because I took a while with this one, we went off and did some other stuff. Just because I was streaming, we thought break it up a bit and do something different. I ended up getting the 480 belt speed. And I was like, sweet, all these machines is mostly the ones downstairs. Like, all these are now in place. All we have to do is upgrade the initial belts that lead in. Because once they hit their first splitter, it usually goes to the belt speed lower anyway. I was like, great. So we only have to upgrade a couple of belts, throw in a few power shards into the miners, bring them up to 480, and then boom. The factory was like ready to go and upgraded. That's normally what I do. Base it off of what I start with. And then I try to always build ahead of where I'm going to be or what I'm going to need by going one belt speed higher. You could go all the way and go, I'm going to design it with 1200 in mind. Eventually I'll have that. It'll probably be very slow to build anything though that way. Hey, Kanish. We got a few minutes left. That's the smart splitter. Right, let's just do this one first then. This is going to go... It needs to just ultimately go there. Could just feed it in along this line. 20 is fine. That's a bit blocked. Let's just do this then. How do we get up to that one? Stack the belts, I guess. Something like that. Travel along the center here. Right, that'll be our 20 when these get backed up, which will take a while, but eventually. And I can just pump into there, flow down the line, and then just help the manifold out, I guess. Now, oh, there we go. We got a little bit of overflow already. I don't really know why, but okay. Something backed them up. They're all 480 belt speed, though, the whole way down. That should be 20 per minute, so that'll be the ideal. The other one's going to go here and travel along. So let's grab this. We need to go there. I'd like to line it up with something though, so let's just get regular splitter. Now it's quite high up, but we could just put it on a little stackable. We could, yeah, a little stackable. Gonna be here. Can't tell where it's gonna be. Is it? Am I in between? No, that's it there. Yeah. Okay. Cool. Alright, that's our other 20. Just have to set that to be an overflow. Did it. I did it, Mom. Alright, cool. So that's now getting everything it needs. They're now producing rotors. We just need to bring that over to an awesome sink for now, just to put it somewhere that everything keeps flowing. And then onto the motors next, but that'll be tomorrow. If I'm live tomorrow, I should be, but just in case I'm not, I just wanted to give myself a way out there. But I should be. Alright, so motors are making their way out, and oh yeah, I need to do that upstairs as well. And then, yeah, we'll do a little, let this place run for a while, troubleshoot it, see what else is going wrong, if anything. Knowing me, nothing's going wrong, though I'm perfect. Not like we encountered like 10 other issues today. So, last thing would be, so this is all, doesn't need to be there. It's gone. Yeah, obviously just like a little merger here, as we've been doing before. It's just temporary until we designate where the rotors are going to go. Keeps the factory moving. Alright, there you go. That's 40 rotors per minute. Just like that. I felt so guilty paving over the beach the lizard doggos were enjoying last night. Sorry I didn't read very much chat. I feel like today I didn't do that. I feel like at the end of every stream I say this. Let's just back away from here for a second. Bonk. Hey Darren, love watching the factory slowly come together. I read that already. Oh, it's actually not as much chat. I think you guys are getting wise to the fact that I'm not reading it as well. You're slowing down. Oh, you read that already. You're gonna need to flush all the smelters once again, since you're messing with the screw outputs, smellers. Why bother with screws? Can't we skip them with alt recipes? Then I have to run around and go collect alt recipes all day. Oh, the outputs connected to each other. I can't see a belt between them. They are now. Hi Darren. Hey Kanish, I read that already. Damn it Darren, I can't keep up the live streams. I'm days behind. My kids miss me, but I told them just 16 more hours to watch. That was funny. I was saying that yesterday. It's like I didn't really expect people to watch everything, just kind of hop in and out. But obviously, the time for players this game attracts. You want to do everything. But don't worry, I'll probably miss a day or two sometime, and you'll catch up then, I guess. How do you feel about liquid biofuel? I love it. Why would it be controversial? I feel like some people did say it was controversial a long time ago, but then they added it in Update 8 to the jetpack, and it became awesome. Working on Tier 4. My half-assed organization has gotten me so far, but I think it's time to build more optimal setups. That joke of the day. I feel so guilty. Oh, yeah, I read that already. Michael, we'd just be vibing with you. Appreciate that. Oh, you can see everything. You can see my script. This whole thing was scripted. We can time slower since you're not reading as fast. I love watching you while I play the game. Awesome. Yeah, that's a great way, because it feels like you're playing with a friend. And you are. Alright, so what do we do today? We'll just run through things really quickly. I might show you my liquid biofuel factory on the topic of it, because I've been meaning to see it anyways. I've got a really cool one, okay? So stay tuned for that in a couple of minutes. But just really quickly, let's just have a quick look down here at the smelter floor. Are there yellow lights? Oh, there is. These are getting backed up again. Where are these guys off to? This is the one we had issue with before. There might be something else going wrong. Oh, look at that though. Oh my god, yes. That's what it's all about. A waterfall. Reverse waterfall. A water rise. An iron rise. So good. Almost perfect. We got that little hitching on just one of the belts that I can see. They're all looking fine. It's just that one, this one here. Find the culprit. It's going in to be made into iron. Oh, yeah. Well, we know why that is. I didn't empty out the iron for a long time, so they're super backed up. That's actually understandable, to be fair. You need overflow splitters to go into dimensional containers or something. Help train these guys. Because, yeah, they're just backed up to the extreme. Basically, they never had an awesome sink. All the other parts of the factory did. So there was over 200 per minute not going anywhere. They just got backed up super fast. But they should be able to clear themselves out now in a minute. Now that I'm helping them along. Helping ease them, you know. 88 per minute. Or not per minute. Yeah, these ones will be less backed up because these aren't the ones that are included. The upstairs will be backed up as well. Alright, so that's clean now as well. The night cycle seems... I'm probably just playing slow, but it feels like it's going by so quickly. There's my watch telling me, oh, you're supposed to finish. Alright, just two on the end there, and then these are empty, and maybe, just maybe, see them not slowing down as much then. These are at 100% now, actually, so they are actually okay. Alright, cool. Anyways, so yeah, we've already talked through it a few times. We won't spend too long, but basically 6 iron miners, right? All doing 480 per minute. Now we are... by the way, with the industrial manufacturing milestone that we have, we're just lacking motors. We're really close to it. We just need stators and then the motors themselves. We have all the rotors. We've got the modular frames. We have plastic. We have cable. We're going to start advancing again soon, just once that gets done. Pretty close. We can bang out the next few. And then it's on to stuff like circuitry and circuit boards, and we have to get Caterium and stuff like that. Anyways, so yeah, 6 iron mines. They're all pure nodes in this location. In this little basin. 2 there, 2 there, 2 there. All pure. Love it. We have a pure copper node nearby. We're going to tap again soon. Get that iron. And then there's a bunch of limestone. So we're just using one normal, and pure. Good to see that. Nothing really else here, but this was a good area for all this. That's why I decided to rebuild this place, because I was like, it feels just wrong leaving pure nodes like that. Anyways, the pure nodes all just feed into smelters. 1 pure node. So the way we worked it out was like 480 divided by 30. You need 16 smelters. So I built a blueprint where there's 4 in the bottom, 4 in the top. Stack 2 of them together, we have 16. There we go, 16 smelters. What goes in? 480 ore. Comes out 480 ore. Built to those belt speeds. That's what we've got here. Just rows of all of that. Taking in 1. So that's why we're left with 6 belts. Oh, beautifully flowing out. Just so good. Just 480'd out of our minds. Look at that. Anyways, so 480. Then we just decided, okay, what are we going to do with all this stuff? Well, we deleted our starter factory, so we need everything again. We need iron plates, iron rods, screws, and we'll do something a little fun, steel pipes. So what we made was 32 iron plate machines making 640 iron plates. They're broken into 2 groups of 16 though. So the orange machines is the 16 constructors needed for the iron plates. Just done in a manifold style, right? So they just, get fed from behind, get poop out from the front, and then goes upstairs to the next layer of what's going to be made next. So the orange machines, iron plates. Over there, iron plates. We initially just had these 16, and I left 480 ingots undesignated because I wasn't sure what I was going to make them into. Normally I do plan a factory all the way to the end, but this time I just didn't. Mostly because I was streaming. If I was doing the video, you want to have your whole thought process done in case you run into any major kinks. But this was fine. Anyways, so that's why that one is over there, just in case it's like, why didn't you put them together? It's like, well, they needed separate belts anyway, and we weren't sure what we're going to do with it, so, excuse me again, moved it over there. Anyways, so that was iron plates sorted. So that's 320 iron plates here and 320 iron plates there. The next one over was rods. With the recipe for rods, it only takes 15 rather than 30 ingots. So we needed twice the amount of machines. So there's 32 machines there. We colored them green to distinguish them. They're all running at 100%, so no big issue. We take in 480 belt here, and then we split it, taking 120 off here. Oh, sorry, no, I'm thinking of something else. Can't remember how much goes into each group. Doesn't matter. Either way, we make 480 rods by the end of it. So all of it can go onto one belt in the end. Like I never used to slip off those, and I'm always slipping on them now. So all of them just go out here. 480 belts just go straight out. If they're hitching, something's wrong upstairs. We'll figure out what that is later. These are running a bit smoother now. The next row over, then we decided, okay, our next 480 belt is going to do screws. So as you can see, we just brought down a 480 belt in there, a 480 belt in here, and a 480 in there. So it's just divided section by section using our 480 belt speed as like the kind of overall framework. Is it 120 per group? So I could have had Mark II belts, I guess. Anyways. It's 120 out. Oh yeah, so it would be 120 in. Yeah, you're right. Okay, anyway. Screws. There's 4 groups here. So 1, 2, 3, and 4. Of 10 machines, I want to say. Yeah, it's 10. So, in order to make the numbers work on this, we have to play around with the clock speed a little bit. So we downclocked everything to 96. That's 12 per minute in. So again, we had 480. And we looked at what a normal... Let's just look at screws. What's the normal recipe for screws? Sorry, for the cast screw, obviously. It's 12.5 per minute. So 480 divided by 12.5 is 38.4 machines. But without doing the math now, just hurrying up for time, we can basically say that if we just made it 4 divided by 12, it'd be 40 machines. So we set them all to 12 when we use the 40 machines instead. Okay, so that's how we did that. And that way we just have to do the same thing. We break it into 4 groups, and we just use the Mark II belt speed. So it's 120, 120, 120 going into each, so we can't go wrong with that. Manifold just takes a while to fill them all, but we've done it now. Belt again. Right, so that's all well and good. So last one then was the steel pipe. Bit different, hadn't used that before, so we did a similar trick. Luckily it was 96 again, so it just worked out. We look at the standard recipe for steel pipe. You can see how that was done. So again, we unlocked an alternate recipe called iron pipe, 100 in per minute. So you're losing some of the efficiency on the iron. You know, it's a lot of iron, but you don't need coal, so that's nice. And we have a steel pipe factory anyway, but I just decided we'll do it here because I know that stators require pipes, and this way I don't have to drive trucks over or drive trains or move it over in any way. We can just build it on site and use it on site. And there's copper here, so we can combine the copper and the stators, or sorry, the copper and the steel pipe to make stators on site. But because the volume is so high, 100 ingots per machine, our best belt speed is 480, right? So we can't do 500. We don't have that belt speed, so it's 480. Can't remember how we did it, but anyway, or how we clocked it. But we just figured out 96. This is 24 per minute, so it's 96. Oh yeah, that's why. You just go 480 divided by the 5 machines, right? 96, and then obviously 5 times 24 gives us our output. So 5 times 24, it's 120. And we've done that twice. So this 5 here is 120. This 5 down here is 120. But both each needed their own 480 belt going in. That's all nice and moving swimmingly here. Seems to be largely fixed. And for now, they're just rolling into awesome sinks until we send those in upstairs. So anything that I haven't designated anywhere yet, it's just going to an awesome sink for now. But they will go upstairs and be made into other things. Yeah, that's going out to the left. And as you can see, there's just a lazy belt going in there. Alright, and then the final thing then was today, doing stuff with those assemblers, right? Getting 2 of the materials and combining them into something else. So today we did reinforced iron plates. So the very first one then, down here, we're doing on the exact same style, just using these stacked blueprints to kind of divide up our space a bit. We send in screws, we send in rods from the floor below. Or sorry, plates, screws and plates. We make reinforced iron plates. Again, we just did that same sort of math where we look at the end result and we divide by how many machines would make things like easier for life. It's limited by the belt speed of screws. There's so many here. Anyway, all the reinforced iron plates roll out. We make more than we need. So some of them are going to an awesome sink. They go into a dimensional depot beforehand if they can, just to keep my inventory in check. If we want to build belts with them, we always have them to hand. Otherwise, they go into these machines, right? These are making the, I don't remember, modular frames, yeah. So we take some of the rods from downstairs, we bring them into the modular frame machines. We've left over some rods, I think, and that's actually why they're getting backed up. I remember now. I thought it was something else. It was a combination of 2 things. We're still getting backed up with the rods because I think we make 40 per minute that aren't going anywhere. I'm going to write that down because I will forget that. Rods 40 EM not assigned, which is on purpose. We wanted to just go into a dimensional depot. Something like just going into our inventory would be good so we can build with it. So that's why those are getting backed up downstairs. Mystery solved. Anyways, and the final row then is these machines. They're taking in some of the rods and the reinforced iron plates. Oh, sorry, that's the same group. It's just a longer, yeah, it's a group of 5 of these blueprints. 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. We just broke them up like that because I was just getting a bit too close to the landscape over there, and the creature that flies around gets a bit close over there. Anyways, the screws get pumped, ideally with no gaps, hopefully in future, into here. We made into rotors, so we take in some of the excess screws from this side because they needed 460 per minute, not 480. So we're taking 20 off each belt, ideally, and sending them in here, just into the middle of the manifold. Go down to hit the last machines on the end. That should work out. These are making rotors, so it's 40 per minute rotors, and at the moment they're not assigned, they're just going in here, but they will be going in to be made into motors. And I don't think I'll have any spare. We could just do a little bit less motors so that we save up some stators and rotors to use with buildables. Yeah. Anyway, so that's it. That's how the whole place is built. Now, what's it going to look like in future? Ideally, we'll do a little bit of cosmetic work. Nothing too fancy or crazy, but it'll be something like this style. I just wanted to get a general concept for it. Minus the bean. He ain't going to move either. I'll have to just kill him. But yeah. Picture this without the bean, and then you get that kind of style. We'll do this on the bottom floor. We'll have some of the bits of the factory be outside, mostly where the miners are. And then a way of getting up and down, obviously, with staircases and towers. And that'll be it. That'll be our little iron factory that took way too long. But at least it'll set us up for a while. Alright, so I was going to show the liquid biofuel factory. I'm going to be very, very quick with this. We'll just save this here as stream number 8. Which puts us at 47 hours and 39 minutes. We're going to load up my old save. We're going to go to liquid biofuel. Oh god, sorry, I can catch up chat now. I just wanted to be uninterrupted with that. Have you done a walkthrough on your method for making blueprints? Nope. I don't really do walkthrough videos or tutorials or anything like that. It's just the Let's Plays and the streams. Put the modular frames into a depot and only overflow into a sink. I only have 3 depots available right now, so yeah, ideally all the buildables will go into depots. We'll do that in future. And then overflow them into sinks. But for now, just everything's going to a sink. But I'll get there. Man, I'm tired. Keep meaning to sub to the City Builder channel, but end up watching the stream till late and falling asleep straight after. Yeah, please do subscribe to What Darren Plays City Builders if you're interested in City Builder games. Don't subscribe if you're not. Don't want that. And I'm sure you probably wouldn't anyway. But just in case people are like, oh, I'll just do it to help. Only do it if you actually intend on watching the channel. That's the whole point of that channel being on its own. Cultivate an audience that are there for that content. Yeah, just started a playthrough for Frostpunk 2, and I've got one for Anno 1800. When Anno 117 comes out, we'll do it there. That's the plan anyway. Frostpunk 2 tomorrow. Yeah, it comes out tomorrow. If you pre-ordered and I think you got a certain edition, you've been able to play it a little earlier for 3 days. Interesting to see how it does. I've only done the prologue so far. This will take a while to load, but it's working. The bean is your fix-it designated efficiency officer. Just ignore him. I wouldn't mind him if he did just stand on the belts. I'd like to contain him in glass case walls and just put him somewhere. Love the Anno series, love the game itself too. Yeah, I love Anno. If people like Satisfactory, I really do think you'll like Anno. Anno is a logistics game disguised as a city builder. In fact, I think people who like city builders probably wouldn't like the game. It's all built on a grid, it's all based on efficiency ratings in factories, workforce, but people don't move. They don't go to and from things. You know? It's all a lie. Alright, we'll make our way out to the biofuel factory. I haven't seen this yet in this update. Another thing I want to do, I have to just refresh certain things. Vehicles. Alright, there we go. Declutter the compass. By the way, I don't want to get distracted, but this is my iron factory. Let's chop this off for now. Have a look. You can see that this is the original version of these blueprints, so I'm just kind of reusing them. It's the same thing. This will be the finished look, you know, when we get there. And then it was recently expanded. So that's where the blueprints came from. This factory. This is the sort of intended look. I'd like to build different, but just on a stream, you know, if I want to make progress, I feel like we'll just use a style that I've gone with before. Alright, gonna make my way up to the liquid biofuel. It's not too far, it's just over the hill. And I normally would have a vehicle with me, but I guess we don't. And we can check it out. I really like Anno, but strangely, I don't really like modded Anno. Yeah, a lot of people, I've known a few content creators to say the same thing, that when it comes to strategy games, people don't like watching modded strategy games. Don't know how true that is, but I've seen that reflected in the view count of not just Anno but other games too, and on other channels. It's like modded games like modded DayZ, super popular, no problem there. But it's almost like when you start messing with strategy, it's like people say like, well, now you're just cheating, kind of. You're kind of going against the intended strategy and design of the game. So, you know, I'm playing Anno and I'm throwing in all sorts of like random things that make life easier or harder in certain circumstances. But I think messing with that tends to kind of upset people to some degree. The only unless it's like an overhaul mod, like where it sets makes the theme different. So like a Crusader Kings Game of Thrones, that's different. But a Crusader Kings where you're playing basically vanilla, but you're giving like there's a few mods running to change a few things. I don't know if that's that popular, but I don't know. Anyway, this is it. Liquid biofuel. The outside bit doesn't look that great. I just pull in some of the material from here. But other than that, let's have a look. In fact, we'll turn off this thing for this. Lighting is really good. The blue splitters look a different shade in the sun. Yeah, they look nice, don't they? The lighting with the Iron Factory. I don't know if this factory's been ruined, by the way, if there's something in the middle of it now. Like Sam ore. So basically how this factory works is you dump in here any bio-organic material. And then it makes its way around the factory and it'll end up in these containers. I keep expanding these because I just keep getting like too much basically. My best factory probably. In terms of aesthetic, I think it's nice. And it does look good in this update too. It's a bit more crisp than it was before. But yeah, can I do anything to activate it? No, it's actually full of stuff right now. So the only way to activate it would just be, I'll just unload this and let it flow again, I guess. Oh, and here we make color cartridges. But they're all gone. What does that do now? Probably nothing. Yeah, it's been unassigned. That's funny. So basically, to showcase this a bit better and show you what's actually happening. When you feed in this stuff, there are filters, right? So we come down here with whatever the organic material is, and then we filter it. And the color cartridges will be told to go up straight. And then here, mycelia, leaves, wood, biomass goes out the left. Hog remains, hatcher remains, stinger, all alien remains goes out to the right. The center output was the color cartridges, so that would just get pressed into cartridges and go back upstairs here. But that's not happening anymore. So anyway, we could follow the leaves, right? They're moving now. The leaves just go down here. I kept a few slugs contained. If you put them down yourself, they lose their glow, unfortunately. Anyway, so with a series of programmable splitters, although you could use regular smart splitters, I filter again into each constructor like what goes in, right? Wood or biomass or leaves, and it gets then pressed into biomass, and that gets then pressed into solid biofuel, and that makes its way into the refinery, get made into liquid biofuel. Oh, they've changed the color of it, like a lighter green now. There's one water extractor over there in the corner. So the iron nodes, or the nodes that were outside, they get turned into canisters, right? So we have smelters up here, and copper. What's the copper for, actually? Anyway, copper and plates come down this way, and then we have copper sheets and iron plates. Oh, coated iron canister. I didn't know about that. I guess instead of plastic. Yeah. Okay. Cool. Well, anyway, yeah. So then that's how we make our canisters. The canisters go over to the packager. The packager makes turbo fuel. So again, to follow this chain, for instance, along the left, regular vegetation all gets sorted out here, goes into the refinery. But if you do the alien version, if you want to send in alien remains, it goes along this belt, goes into these constructors, and then gets all pressed into biomass, right? You need one for each one because it all gets turned into protein, and then the protein Let me just see this. What's here? Oh yeah, if you already sent in protein, just in case, because maybe I already made some. Protein then rolls this way. All of the protein merges up onto one big belt, and that goes over into one of the constructors here. So this is like handling protein, basically. And then out goes biomass. And it all gets pumped into liquid biofuel. It makes its way down here. So it's a kind of hidden away cave. It's a vanity project. It's the kind of thing that I decided I'm only going to use liquid biofuel for personal use. But I use it so much, like you really could probably put it into loads of vehicles for a very long time. But you can't truly automate it, so it was kind of like, yeah, just for my jetpack. I'll just use it for the jetpack, maybe my own Explorer, my own personal fleet. I guess now we could put it in drones or something as well, maybe. So that's it. That's the liquid biofuel cave, my favorite cave. The most unique thing that I ever did was I decided to use beams with lights on them to light up parts of the cave, and I used blue to keep the bioluminescence the same. And then I'd use like little vents to catch the water that would fall through. So that's some of my cosmetic flair, I guess, to this place. Some LED strips in certain places along the railing. Maybe could have been placed a little bit better, to be honest, but you get the idea. And then the central kind of box where we keep the slugs. There is one slug naturally there, yeah, that one. The other ones I put there. They're not glowing. You can kind of tell, like, they're different. Now, this is a save from the previous update. I don't know if there's anything in here now. Funnily enough, I can't search for Sam more. I guess I have to unlock it. So, maybe there's been something added to this factory. I don't hear any voices, so I don't hear what you'd normally hear with Sam more, which is like some voices and things, so, or Sam. So yeah, I think it's probably still safe to build this. Probably. That's it. Worth showing, right? Liquid biofuel. Yeah, I can do nice things. It just takes a very long time. So I tend not to, when I'm streaming especially. We hear nice music in there. There's like some like music or something. Ambience, like different ambience. Yeah, and the idea was to have it like hidden behind a waterfall. I never really did I never finished doing the outside. Just one last one. I think it's just right over here, the quartz factory. That was done very lazily. Oh yeah, I remember this now, yeah. Very cool, well done, thank you. It's probably my best. It's a really basic factory though. It's just done in a nice place. The game, I mean, it's all the game, right? The game's lighting is really cool in there. It's just a cool location. I don't feel like I really did that much to it, but yeah. I think for that kind of factory, it's nice and small, so it was one of the only things I felt like I could build in there. One of my little... this whole place runs on trucks. This is one of my truck outposts for quartz. Looks really crazy. It's like floating around a lot. Some vegetation is creeping through, but this is done in a similar style where I put up these big monitors to cast like a kind of a light and a hue on the area. Works quite well, I think. Just that idea. So the way you do that is you just grab a painted beam. Now normally you can only go straight, but if you change the mode, right, you can do freeform. So freeform will just snap from any 2 points. You just grab one of these and, you know, you just... Oh no, don't tell me you can't... Oh, there we go. Yeah, you just gotta find that sweet spot. And you can't do... If you hold control, you can kind of get it to be a bit more fine. Pop it there. Angle them down. Set them to be, you know, quite bright. There you do it. New water looks much better than the old one. Alright, that's going to be it for today, though. Thank you for coming along with me for this journey. Yeah, so if you want to see how this was made, and even get the blueprints and the exact floor plan to make it yourself, I've got a video on it, but also that information is all on my Google Doc thing, so if you... I still have the lasagna on the other side from earlier. I'll just show you really quickly. So you go to whatdarrenplays.com/satisfactory. It seems like that could still be built in this playthrough if you wanted to. Make use of that cave. Do something similar even. So that whatdarrenplays.com/satisfactory takes you here. You go to update 8, planning documents, liquid biofuel number 13. Then we've got like little pictures and stuff on. That's how to do the entrance. It's kind of complicated. Yeah, that was actually shown by someone else, thankfully. This is the logic map for it. That's how it's all broken down. This is the layout of the floor. I explained it in the video, but it's like C is for constructor, A assembler, P packager, B storage, aka box, W water extractor, R refinery. And this is like the borders of like the impassable terrain, and then this is the foundation grid that I used. So it looks like loads of small. I tend to just say like, okay, do a 4x4, then do a 3x11, then do it. You know, so it's just that way. It's easy to kind of do a width by height instead of telling you to go like go this way and then do 4 that way. It's just a bit messy. So it's instead just broken into little rectangles, and the central box is the empty bit, and then the second floor above it. I can't remember how high you have to go up, but I think I tell you in the video probably. But there's 3 smelters, some containers, and things like that. So that's all there for you. And I did it for all my factories. One of the things that took a long time. Save files are there if you want them too. So the save file for the liquid biofuel factory, and then the blueprint files for liquid biofuel. The ones I used in particular were these ones, the catwalks with the LEDs. So if you see that build and you're like, I like that, I want some of those blueprints that I used, you just go grab them. So whatdarrenplays.com/satisfactory, it's all there for free. Thank you very much. How could I not give it to you for free when you guys give me so much for no reason, really? So I appreciate it a lot. So that's going to be it for me today. Thank you very much for watching. Hopefully we'll be back tomorrow, probably not again till the evening. And please do consider checking out my second channel, whatdarrenplays.com, What Darren Plays City Builders, if you're interested in Anno or Frostpunk. The video just went up today. It's probably going to struggle for a while because it's a new channel, so support is appreciated on it. And there will be a series in this game, properly, Update 1.0, as its own thing. I'm still working out how I'm going to do it. I'm leaning away from doing that mega factory idea now. But I've got a good idea, I think, generally, for starting in the Dune Desert as well. But it won't replace the streams. That's going to be it. Thanks again very much for watching. See you soon.